negative pressures and principalities. Don't resent what comes to light. Bear the pain of failings. Don't blame anyone. Be aware of your past. As it comes to light, don't force, don't dig it up. Be aware of your part of the past and the present trouble and involvements. Noting the compulsiveness of your own behavior and attitudes, you might then have some compassion upon those who mistreated you in the past. You can't help yourself. Realize they couldn't help themselves.
Hello. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Is the audio okay? Hello, hello. Welcome to New Heart for Streaming 5. 5, everybody. I think we've been doing this 4 years, but we did 2 in 1 year. So, playing all Kill Hannah home videos today, old Kill Hannah home videos. A lot of stuff never seen before. Live performances. Zoom hangs with the band. We got Jonny Radke coming over to the studio soon. So it's going to be a good time, everybody. It's going to be a good time. And thank you for this hype train. Thank you all. God, it's Misty Lake is here and she's modding. And Shining Star KW is also modding. Thank you for that. Billy is here. Shiva, thanks for the 100 bits. Tribal Convictions, thanks for subscribing for 2 months. Hannah Believer, thanks for using your Prime sub and subscribing for 10 months. Those of you who are watching, you can use Amazon Prime, gives you a free sub every month, and you can subscribe to my channel, and it's free. All you have to do is just go on Amazon. Also, Erin is here. Holy shit, she's tuning in from work. Hello, Erin. KillHannah.net, everybody. Tribal Convictions, thanks for the 200 bits. Teach is here. Yes, Teach is probably in the video somewhere. She's been to many Kill Hannah shows. Shiva, thanks for the 100 or 1,000 bits. Holy shit. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Shining Star KW, thanks for subscribing to Tier 1 for 34 months. Mars Academy, good to see you here too. Thanks for the 100 bits. Hannah Believer, thanks for the 100 bits too. Laika, thank you for the 300 bits. Is that Rachel? Rachel's in the house? I thought you were working too. Shiva, thanks for the 1,000 bits. Shiva, thanks for another 100 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you, everybody. I'll try to catch up into the chat. It's going to be hard today, though. I know it's pretty active, okay? So, I didn't really plan out much of what I was going to play. But I am taking some requests for a little bit. We're going to start having the Zoom calls happen in like 15 or 20 minutes, okay? So you guys let me know what you want to hear, see, and all of that. And then, God, why don't we start off with an oldie? Why don't we start off with the song that kind of started it all, which is Kill Hannah. And let's do it. Where do you want to show this one from? I have so many old videos of this. It's like crazy. Oh, you know what we could do? We could show my first show ever. This is my first show ever with Kill Hannah from 1997 in St. Louis. Okay. And this is the song Kill Hannah. If the sound and everything is bad, don't worry. There's going to be other professionally shot videos. Thanks to JBTV for that. JBTV, Jerry has shot many Kill Hannah videos over the years, and thankfully, I have access to them because I worked for JBTV for like 7 years. So Jerry sent me over them. So thank you, Jerry. Thank you, JBTV. Billy, thanks for subscribing for 7 months. And Teach, thanks for the 200 bits. Thanks for all the love, guys. And thank you, Aaron, for the 500 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Caesar, thanks for subscribing with Prime. See, it's that easy. It's that easy. All right, let's check this one out. This is my first show playing Kill Hannah with Kill Hannah in St. Louis.
All right, now.
the crowd goes insane, everybody. That was from 1997. God, 25 years ago? 26 years ago now? So insane. So insane. So, yes, this is, I think there was 10 New Hartford Christmases. Of course, we didn't do 10 years in a row, but we started in 2002, ended in 2015. I know we took a couple years off because of Matt doing the play, I think, in New York when he did Spider-Man the musical. So yeah, and there was a couple breaks here and there. So we're gonna show some definitely New Hartford Christmas footage, you know. And oh God, where do I begin here? So yes, Leica, thank you for the 300 bits. Hold on, where are we at? Where are we at here? Shining Star KW, thank you for the 200 bits. Rachel, thanks for the 200. Hannah Believer, thanks for the 200. Mars Academy, yes, Emma, I know it's you. I know it's you. I'm when I read that name, I know exactly who I'm looking at. So, Omega Man, thanks for the 300 bits. Billy, thanks for the 100 bits. Teach, thanks for gifting 5 subs. S. Kim's Kardashian, thank you for subscribing for 3 months. Oh, it's Bradley. What's up, Bradley? Shiva, thanks for the 200 bits. Teach, thanks for the 200. And TZA Dick 42. I don't know if I said that right, but thank you for subscribing with Prime. Jenny, good to see you. Thanks for the 200 bits. All right, why don't let's do, before our guest comes over, let's do Believer at Metro in 2006, okay? This is how we usually got the party started. So today, we're going to be showcasing a lot of songs and videos and clips from for Never Never, because it's the 20th anniversary of that. It was in October. And, you know, we didn't do anything. We were assholes like that. But a lot of us, you know, are busy with our lives and stuff and can't get to everything. So we are doing it now, though, for you online, okay? So let's try this one. This is Believer live from Metro at New Hartford Christmas in 2006.
Welcome to the 4th annual New Hartford Christmas. We went to the studio here in Chicago to make this new record. We made a record about how long it takes and how much it means to have the support of your city. It's a song called Believer. Just to realize no one looks when we say goodbye. Dying just to survive feels like the first time. All the things that you set aside, all the friends that you leave behind, just so the curtain will rise and feels like the first time. Take this heart, it's ticking like a cheap light. To the skyline, through the silence, a flashing light told me there's no use to try and doesn't mean that much to you. At that moment, time stops. I want to pressure drop way in the back of my teeth. I knew that we all could make it. Same the time bombs. I'm not right anymore. I'll stand and face it all. Fight for every breath until there's nothing left to run. I need you to believe in me. Oh my God. I'm not right anymore. I'll stand and face it all. Fight for every breath until there's nothing left to run. I need you to believe in me. There's nothing left to run. I need you to believe. I need you to believe.
All right. Believer, everybody. We started a lot of shows with
so
Believer.
fucking
A lot of shows. Scott Alt Delete, thanks for subscribing for 39 months. Thank you, everybody, for that hype train. Much appreciated. If you're watching this and you're not signed in and you're like, what the fuck is a hype train? What the fuck are bits? Don't worry about it. But if you want to chat, if you want to ask the band a question, I suggest you sign up to Twitch, get a screen name, and come in the chat, okay? If you're just watching on a TV or whatever at home, that is cool too. Basically, bits are a way to tip. 100 bits equals $1. Subscribing to my channel is also a sub, okay? You can sub for free using Amazon Prime. So that's the Twitch lingo, okay? That's the Twitch lingo, everybody. So sorry if that confuses you. But, yeah. Okay. We're going to have, I think, our first guest come in probably like 20, 25 minutes. So we got some time, everybody. We got some time. Did you change your hair? Because it looks different from the last time I watched the stream. No, it's still the same. It's the same that I've had it for a long time. But watching all these old Killer Hannah videos, I realized that I changed my hairstyle more than anyone else in the band, which I never thought about until watching all the videos. Because I got in the band, I had long hair. Then I went to like this like Brett Anderson suede look. And then, I mean, I think I even did like fake dreads for my first Metro show with my long hair. Then I did like the Brett Anderson thing. Then I did like, I wanted to go for this faux hawk thing, but I got a horrible haircut when I was in Texas one time on our first tour or second tour. And they just cut it super short and I looked like a fucking cop. And then I grew that out finally and had like the faux hawk thing. And then I started growing out long again. And yeah. And then went long and then for the last New Heart for Christmas and then cut it like, I don't know, 5 years ago or something. So the evolution of my hair, you know. I never thought I'd be talking about that on the stream today. But if you're a Kill Hannah fan, you know, from back in the day, like hair was pretty important to the band. Misty or Kara, did we get any requests for songs? I don't know if I saw any. You can request a song using channel points if you're tuned into Twitch and signed in. If you follow me, you collect channel points from watching my stream. And you can probably collect enough channel points watching like 20 minutes that you can request a a music video or live performance from the band. So yeah, let me know if there's anything that came in. Oh, Billy wants to hear Nerve Gas, and then there's Race the Dream, Black Boys and Blood. Yeah, I guess we could play Nerve Gas. I'm gonna save Race the Dream though, because and then Sick Boy, of course. Why don't we play Sick Boy? Because Nerve Gas is kind of Forever Never adjacent, but Sick Boy definitely is not. All right, so Sick Boy. Oh man, we got. Well, I have this. I have it from a 2006 Metro show. I have it from a 2000 Champaign Urbana show, which was Dan's second show. And then I also have it from House of Blues, which was Jonny's first official Chicago show. I think it was his second show with the band. So, yeah. You're thinking Metro or HOB. Okay. Those are the Metro one is definitely the best filmed, and then the House of Blues one is also professionally filmed. So why don't we show the House of Blues one, cuz I'm going to be showing a lot from the Metro one. So this is Sick Boy. Probably cuz this was on American Jet Set, which was recorded in 1999. So we were probably playing this one for a year, but this was basically one of the first Chicago shows with the official, Kill Hannah lineup: Jonny, Dan, Garrett, Matt, me, So yeah, let's take a look at that. Okay, Sick Boy, House of Blues.
Some fog or something. This one's called Sick Boy. Again, high like a zeppelin, big eyes and underfed. She took him by the throat and said, I love you. Sick boy, yeah. Gets what it needs from shooting antifreeze and laid out beside the bed. She took him by the throat and said, I love you. Sick boy, yeah. M-I-S-I-C-K, boy. Oh, my sick boy. 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 Ow, 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 ay. Am I sick boy? Sick boy. Sick boy. Am I sick boy? Sick boy. Oh, don't you think you get well?
Oh, young Johnny Radke. I mean, we were all young. Jesus. It's so funny. Like when Johnny got in the band, he was like hazed because he was like only 18 or 19. Definitely had to sneak him into some bars. Got him a job working at a bar before he was 21. Yeah. We'll talk about that when he gets here. Yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in. This is going to be fun. I have a feeling it's going to go late today because a lot of the people are coming late into for the interviews and stuff. It's just not timing up exactly the way I wanted it to. But you know what? That's fine. Okay. I have plenty of content to show everybody and plenty of music videos to play. So I don't think I have a performance of Courageous, though, unfortunately. That's a deep cut. I do have Catherine. I showed that last year, which is crazy. It's just so nuts how we were, just how all these B-sides became so popular. It was like the internet was just starting, you know? And it's just crazy how it all got out there. Probably because of Aaron, Chemical Scream, with killhenna.net. She definitely housed a lot of the demos and stuff. She probably has recordings of stuff I don't even have. Like, I don't think I have a recording of Courageous anywhere. It's Aaron's definitely the Kill Hannah archivist when it comes to music. I might be the archivist when it comes to video. But yeah, if you want to hear any Kill Hannah song in history, ask Chemical Scream and go to and visit killhenna.net. Okay. Okay, let me see. You know what? The Chase would be a good one to play. Let me see if I have that. Oh, wow. Do I have that? I don't think I have that. That's wild. I only have it from Wicker Park Fest. That's weird. We never played that one. I can't believe we never played that at a New Heart. This is going to be a really shitty recording, I think. But let's check it out. This is from Wicker Park Fest. Actually, Tom Schleider playing guitar on this one. Tom went on to be a huge producer. He produced the band Borns. He produced Casey Musgraves. He's worked with Billy Idol and tons of artists. We love Tom. But he was just coming out of a band called Bad City at the time, and he was in this other band called Power Space before that. This is Wicker Park Fest 2012. If it sucks, we'll just turn it off because it could be a really shitty recording. The Chase, everybody, giving you a bird's eye view, really, a bird's eye view of what it's like to, play on stage with the band, So, The Chase from a B-side off Until There's Nothing Left of Us. So, yeah, I don't know why we don't have a professional recording of that. I'm sure it's on JBTV or a New Heart, but for some reason we didn't play it at New Heart 2006, which I'm kind of shocked by. Yeah, it's wild that didn't happen. So yeah. All right. We got a sub from ZD or Z Dre 87. Thank you for subbing with Prime. Appreciate it. All right. Alicia's here. Is the screamer in here? Is she tuning in from work as well? So, all right. We're going to play some Nerve Gas next. So this was a song that was recorded for Never and Ever, but it didn't wind up on the record, which is kind of wild because I think it's one of my favorite Kill Hannah songs, like ever. I'm just wondering what version to play. We have so many. God. Why don't I guess we should show like a pro shot one since we just showed, let's do this one. This is kind of like the music video for it. Well, actually, you know what? Let's show this one. This is from 97. I think August 97. Yeah, let's show this one. I think this one's okay. The recording's all right. Okay. All right. Nerve Gas. This was supposed to be on for Never and Ever, but it did not happen. Oh, by the way, this was the first Kill Hannah show I went to, and Alan was playing bass. Okay? I got into the band like 2 months later. Actually, a month later, I was in the band, which is weird, but it happened. All right? So, yeah, check this out. And you know what? Another fun fact about this. I went to the show by myself, and I stood next to Hannah, not knowing it was the Hannah of Kill Hannah. And then I met her when I played my first show in St. Louis. We stopped by Illinois State University where she lived. And I met Hannah. I'm like, oh, my God. I sat next to you during the show. So, yeah, kind of wild. And, yes, Carrie Finnerday on guitar, Alan Morgenstern on bass, and I believe it's James Connolly on drums, I think.
Now then, I want to rock your socks off with this one, hey? Just kidding, that's okay. Enjoy this one, it's called Nerve Gas. subscribe.
Alright, tonight, alright, country.
All right. Nerve Gas from 1997 at Metro. The first Carolina show I attended, actually. And Nerve Gas just came out with Lovesick on a split cassette single that I got free at the show. So it's time for our first guest, everybody. Our first guest is going to be John Rubeli, who actually signed us and changed our lives forever. For never and ever. John Rubeli, our A&R guy, championed us, saved our career multiple times. But I'm going to play a little snippet of, it was really hard finding video footage of him, but I found it on the way to our photo shoot for Never and Ever. We're in an RV. We're driving there, and he's actually explaining to the photographer, Joseph Coltese, some of his background. So let's check it out. This is like a minute long, so just have some patience, and then we'll zoom Rubeli in.
Hello. This is the Kill Hannah photo show. Starring.
Get the vine. God damn, he's done with his hair.
Starring the
He's
band.
trying to work the hair, but it doesn't seem to be working all that well.
See, that was like I was saying. I was
And all the other players that I don't remember.
Then Danny Glenn, remember Danny? He started managing in both gigs. So when I went to college, I went to college in Milwaukee because I had to get the fuck out.
There's John right there. There's
Cool
John.
because I was a big fan of like
We don't know what he does.
Touch and Go. Like, Kreutzen was from there, and I actually ended up bringing down the hall with the bass player. So I went to get away.
That is
with my friends were going to
that is makeup, and I don't know.
All right, so let's get John in here. Okay, let's get John in here. Here we are, John Rubeli, live from Los Angeles. Here he is. Can we hear you, John?
I don't know. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, I believe. All right,
I
awesome.
I really need you to send me whatever it is that I couldn't see that you were just playing.
It was a clip of when we were in the RV going to in New Jersey, I think, with Joseph Coltese going to shoot the band photos and the album cover. You were explaining to Joseph like your background. So why don't you do that now? Like because
I knew him when I was in high school. He was he was at every punk show and had a camera around his neck. This is like in the 1984, I think, is the first time I saw him. And then he was like in an industrial band called Hooks for Hands, and Phoenix had a scene, right? And back then, anybody that looked kind of like you're like, oh, okay, I'm going to be friends with that person. And then, I went to college in Milwaukee, which then brought me to the Midwest, which then enabled me to go to Chicago probably 2 or 3 times a week, at least, for 4 years. And so,
and were you living at Metro or what?
Joe Shanahan is to this day my hero and taught me so much as a teenager. I mean, but going to Metro or going to Smart Bar or going to Exit or the Alley or the 99th Floor or Wax Tracks, like Quaker Goes Deaf, Quimby's, all of these things was what I was going to in Phoenix.
Yeah.
So you guys, there was this subculture in Chicago that was very similar and familiar to me. So
yeah, did you have a I'm sure you went to Medusa's. in Chicago, which was kind of like the epicenter for alternative music in the Midwest. Was there anything like that in Phoenix?
Oh yeah, we had a
Okay.
number of clubs. Like Joseph's band would play like at a bombed out warehouse downtown in Phoenix. We had a place called the Mason Jar. We had a place called Vivian's, which was a church that the altar became the stage. And like any kind of thriving secondary city at the time, you had all these disused buildings that people would have punk shows in. And the difference in Chicago is that you really had some permanence with the things that were established, and because of people like Joe, who not only tapped into a moment but was then able to make a foundation and build on it.
Yeah.
Which like when I was in college, the Touch and Go and Wax Tracks were kind of the labels I was paying a lot of attention to. An Amphetamine Reptile and Sub Pop, and it was like the early days of all that stuff. And
the indie, the birth of indie, really,
and Joe booked so many of those bands, and then eventually, my last 2 years of college, I started booking concerts on campus.
Because you were at Marquette, right? Marquette University in
and I was really lucky. Like I booked Nirvana, Nine Inch Nails, Peter Murphy, The Wonder Stuff, The Mission, Red Lorry, Yellow Lorry, Primus. So, and they were all playing in the lunchroom on campus. But then, like for example, Nirvana never showed up to our show. That was, and I got a phone call from Chris Novoselic saying, "We're getting in the van, leaving right now. We'll be right there." And I'm like, "Where are you?" He's like, "Minneapolis." I'm like, "Dude." So they end up not playing my show, but I went to see them at Metro the next night. So September 30th, 1989.
Yeah, I think that's the show. Isn't that the show where he met Courtney Love?
I didn't see her there.
Oh, really? Okay.
But there's the
that's
YouTube clip.
the folklore. The folklore.
Oh, I don't know. I just remember meeting him and saying Bleach is my favorite album, and he's like, of everything. I'm like, yeah, it really is. And there's some clips of that show on YouTube where I'm like grabbing onto the monitor, and like I had longer hair at the time and doing my thing. But anyway, so
yeah, I mean, let's talk about that for a little bit, because you look like you were in The Cure, like back in the day. I think that's kind of what led you to us, because I don't know if you guys don't know this, but basically before John signed us, he signed POD, and they blew up, right? And you finally had some, like, I guess, signing power, right? Like where you were able to sign.
I had signing power when I got there. The first act I signed was our friend Chris Holmes.
Oh yeah, Yum Yum, yeah.
And so signing Yum Yum was, I mean, signing a band from Chicago was my first act ever at Atlantic. This was in the beginning of 1995. I was, and honestly, it was so I could go to Chicago. So, and Dave Trumpio, before he started the Pulsars, had Kingsize Studios, which is now based in Los Angeles. But Dave produced the album, and Tim from Red Red Meat was involved. And so it was kind of being in and around a Chicago that I had left, but one that was very familiar to me 5 years later. Yeah. And it was, and I to this day am a really big fan of the Smashing Pumpkins. I feel like they and a lot of acts from Chicago kind of really got the short end of the stick. I feel like, I to this day cannot stand, what's that guy's name? Peter Margazak, the writer, who basically tore down every single act that was having any ounce of success, Kill Hannah included.
Yeah.
The point where, like, give your fellow, Chicagoans a chance, because
I mean that's kind of always been the Chicago way, though. It's always been like,
I was thinking about this, right? Yeah. I think the problem is that there's such a degree of authenticity to coming from Chicago. Everyone I've ever met that I've stayed in touch with is salt of the earth, awesome people. Because Matt's originally from New York, so he doesn't count. So anyway,
Connecticut. Don't even give him that credit.
Well, anyway. Okay, there you go. Somewhere back east. But anyway, I think that, you know, there's no imposter syndrome from Chicago, because it's impossible to be that, because it's such a melting pot. It's such an authentic community of
Well, and you
enthusiasm.
have to fight so hard to get recognition
Well, listen,
nationally. You
but
know?
I remember seeing Nick Cave at Metro, My Bloody Valentine at Metro, the audiences at Metro. I saw Blur at Metro. Like the the audiences were the most enthusiastic and most authentic. Like, I'm in my head, I'm picturing Sisters of Mercy, Wonder Stuff. I'm picturing the crowd bouncing up and down,
Yeah.
being in a. Did I just get thumbs down, or is that me? Anyway, I feel like I was I was a member of a wave of authenticity and support and enthusiasm by being in Chicago in college that I then felt when I was at Atlantic. So I think at Atlantic you had the pressure to sign the next Hootie and the Blowfish, and I didn't know how to do that, because I didn't that wasn't part of what I was into. But Chris Holmes was definitely a part of something that I was into. And you know, signing POD was based on them being not unlike Kill Hannah, them being four dudes who hustled really hard, played every show they could, passed out flyers, had such a grassroots campaign, and worked extremely hard before I met them. And
Yeah.
so when I met POD, there was momentum. There was a foundation. And a lot of it was in the Christian market, but really to me, it was just more of a subculture. Like, they would play these social halls and church basements, but it wasn't so much of a religious thing as it was a suburban thing. It was a thing where,
You know that I feel like that was happening all over the country because we had that with Disturbed,
yeah,
and you know, like a lot of the new metal stuff that was happening in the burbs that was just kind of exploding. You know, around the time of Kill Hannah in 2000. I remember Joe Shanahan saying, you guys just got to get a little bit tougher. Like get a little bit tougher to compete with these guys.
so yeah, so then we hired Disturbed's producer. But anyway, we'll get to that probably. But I feel like, um you know, when I got the demos that I think Sean Beaven had produced, it had Kennedy on it, it had a few other songs on it, and you know, it was exactly the type of music that I responded to. And so I'll add to your Robert Smith recollections of me. I would add in Guns N' Roses and Lords of the New Church and Zodiac Mindwarp and Metallica, and I would also add in like Debbie Gibson and Madonna. Like,
Yeah.
you're as much of a fan of pop culture as I
Yeah.
am.
Yeah.
And,
Totally.
and so songs are songs are songs, right?
Yeah.
And so, but at the same time, I always tried to picture when I was signing something, who's the fan for this? Could this be someone's favorite act? Could this be something that resonated with me like it did when I was listening to Head on the Door for the 4,000th time, mostly side two. And I feel like what you guys had done before me getting that demo was hustling in Chicago and being your own marketing team and flyering your own shows and really kind of bringing together who you saw as your audience.
I mean, the
And it was,
crazy thing is, though, is you didn't see any of that. You just heard. You didn't even hear. I don't think the demos. I think you heard American Jet Set first, right?
no, it was the demos.
It was the demos. Okay.
Yeah, but I think Sean produced it, right? And then
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah.
there
Like we'll
there
talk
was
about that.
another
We're
label
gonna.
that had passed on it or something?
Yeah, we'll have Sean on after you, and we'll talk about that. But yeah, we had a demo deal through, I believe, Universal, and recorded with Sean, and then those are the demos you got. Which
Well,
then
and
I
I'll tell
guess,
you, like to me, it was then a no-brainer to have Sean produce that first record we did together, because it always bothered me that acts would have these producers do these demos, usually on a shoestring, that were always it's interesting when bands did demos that usually ended up being better than the actual album versions that we had done.
Yeah.
And but with Sean, it was, well, why not just have the guy continue? That was the reason why I wanted to work with you guys.
Yeah, yeah.
And then, you know, and you had the same manager as Kid Rock at the time, which despite that, I was still interested. And but listen, you know, I got along with Steve Hutton. Steve Hutton challenged me in a lot of ways, and I maybe I finally understand him a little bit, but at the same time, you had an advocate on the business side. You had an advocate that I could talk to about that sort of stuff, and you'd have to overlook things like the singer's name is Matt Devine in parentheses, his real name, and you know, but that's what people did then. The amount of demo package submission things we would get was you know, was a lot. But
Yeah, so who sent that to you? Was it Steve or was it our lawyer? Do you
no, it was
remember?
Steve. It was Steve.
Okay, it was Steve.
Yeah, and it and I don't think I knew him at the time, but I feel like, you know, because I had my job at Lollapalooza where I picked all the acts that played on the second stage for 1993, 94, and 95. So a lot of people knew my musical taste.
Yeah.
So I was getting things sent to me based on the work I had done at Lollapalooza. But, you know, and I had booked Chris Holmes's band Ashtar Command at Lollapalooza. I had booked, you know, a handful of acts from Chicago. And, you know, again, it was just hitting play and hearing something that resonated with me. But then I think there was MySpace at the time, so I probably went on your MySpace page and saw which fans you had at the time. And
Actually,
you know,
that was before. It was before MySpace.
dude, I don't know.
Yeah, we didn't get MySpace
But
didn't blow up.
I did call Joe though and asked Joe what his thoughts were.
Yeah.
Because
you
know,
flew out. I remember you flew out and we played for you a showcase, just you, at Superior Street. And you never got to see us in front of like our crowd before signing us, which I thought was so insane.
But I in talking with you guys and understanding Chicago and talking to Joe and it just felt like it was something that I understood.
Yeah.
You know, it was like I was saying earlier, growing up in Phoenix, going to college in Milwaukee, like I knew what you guys were doing. I happened to be 10, 15 years older than you guys, so I'd already seen it beforehand. Yeah. But I was also, you know, and that's the other thing, like whether it's Kilhannah or POD, you know, it's like, okay, if I was a teenager 20 years later, meaning the audience that I was exposed to as an A&R person, I just kept thinking, like, if I was 14 today, what would be my favorite thing? You know, would it be, you know, a band like Kilhannah that had the fans that you had? Or would it be a band like POD where they each had such different musical tastes? But in my head, like I wanted to work with them because the guitar player reminded me of the guitar player from Killing Joke. Like the way his tone was, the way he articulated and emoted his guitar playing. So they're citing everything from Bob Marley to Quincy Jones to Led Zeppelin to the Cars to even the guitar player was really creative. He liked the Chemical Brothers. We would talk about that. But then they all said their favorite band was Bad Brains. And I was like, okay, that made sense to me. Yeah. But then it was, okay, so if this is a hybrid sound, like I get what Bad Brains was to an audience. I get what Killing Joke was to me. I get that when I would go see Guns N' Roses, there were goth kids, punk kids, metal kids, every type of person that would go. I mean, same thing in Chicago, right? Same thing. Like, I feel like people just wore themselves on the outside. You know, there wasn't Hot Topic. You couldn't just buy the thing.
Yeah, you had to search for it. I mean, it was.
You were the thing.
Yeah.
And you kind of just.
Well, and I say this like back then, even at our shows were social media before social media. You know, that's where you would find like-minded people would be at concerts, you know?
But also, you guys were handing out flyers looking like you guys.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that's another thing
Anyone
we had.
hasn't seen what Matt Devine used to look like. It's
Yeah.
much different.
R.I.P.
I know, right?
Matt will be coming on the stream later on today, and we'll get into it, I'm sure.
Tell him hi.
Yeah. So we talk about you before getting the record greenlit, and then once it's getting recorded, what song of yours was the favorite from the recording? What did you like the
about
most?
The first album or the second album we did?
No, for Never Never.
The second album.
Well, for Never Never was the first record that we did with you.
That we did together. Yeah.
I
mean, it was always,
we had the records before.
I mean, to me, it was always Kennedy.
Kennedy, okay.
That was always the song.
Yeah.
And I think Unwanted was another song that always stuck with me. And I never, it's funny, I was looking to see if Welcome to Chicago ever got released. I don't think it ever did.
So we put it's like a hidden track, I think, on Wake Up the Sleepers. But it's not online, which Matt and I were just talking about. Because that song was brought up every single album cycle, and it never made it. But live, it was the most, in-demand song we did, which is just crazy. But for a record, it just never quite fit anywhere,
I kind of felt like, I mean, maybe I'm responsible for that. Like as an A&R person, you never want to say no. You never want to tell anyone what to do. You never want to be out in front of the artist. You always want to be alongside them and supporting them. I feel like taking that song out of the context of Metro, taking that song out of the context of an hour and a half into your show, that's the triumph of the show with confetti and whatever else.
Yeah.
The lights on your guitars are starting to die at that point. So it's like, I still haven't seen anybody do that. That was always so memorable. You guys coming on stage and flipping the lights on your guitars, and then the show starts. But I felt like Welcome to Chicago was such an inside and specific and particular lyric and song.
Yeah.
I was always afraid for you that other people would take it as being disingenuous, would take it as not actually meaning the.
Yeah, it's hard to when you just hear the song to know the context of how we normally play it and the reaction and like all that. So yeah, I get it.
And when you really read the lyrics, it was
this Jello shot went straight to my head. That was the original lyric, which I think might be one of Matt's worst lyrics. But we changed it.
But you still kept the Coke Fiends line in there?
I think so, yeah.
Sick.
Yeah. All right, well, why don't let's play Unwanted, and then we'll come back and talk about that one, because I want to talk about the Matrix thing. So let's play Unwanted right now so people don't get totally bored of us yapping, because we could do this all day. And then we'll come back to John Rubeli. A&R for Kill Hannah at Atlantic Records. All right, let's check out Unwanted. All right, that was live from the Welcome to Chicago DVD. So Unwanted was, I guess, technically our second single on For Never Never. And we actually got to make a music video for it with Marvin from Nylon, which was awesome. And so we recorded that, did the video. I don't think it did that well at radio. And it didn't have the legs that we thought it did. But somebody at Atlantic came up with the idea of getting the song re-recorded with the Matrix, this producer group that Avril Lavigne, they produced Avril Lavigne. And so we actually went to LA and re-recorded Unwanted in a more pop format. And I think the idea from the label was to re-release us as KH as a pop band.
Greg, when you say the label,
I said the label, not you, not
okay.
you. So
Just
you
wanted
were
to
the
clarify.
one. So Rubeli, John was the one that said, "What the fuck are you guys doing? This is the stupidest idea ever." So yeah, like why don't we hear your side of that story?
Well, I mean, we also had Boys and Girls as a song too.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah.
You know, but the thing is, the state of alternative music at the time was really confusing.
Yep.
So you had you know, the MTV was still a thing. You had alternative radio. You had labels thinking things were alternative that weren't alternative. They were throwing things out there that didn't have the fan base and the foundation that Kill Hannah did. And honestly, the real problem at the time that I was having was Atlantic was a gigantic company and it had multiple people running it, and the head of radio had as much power as the president, as the chairman. And so everybody was sort of jockeying for their own agenda at the time.
Yeah, because at the time, I mean, the Strokes basically just broke when our record came out, you know? So it was just starting to change. Nu metal was still kind of like reigning king, you know, and TRL and all that. And we kind of didn't fit in any box.
POD was the first rock band to go #1 on TRL, just saying. But but at the same, the problem that I had was, you know, I remember, do you remember when you guys played a show with Shiny Toy Guns and Atlantic brought out all these A&R people to try to sign the band that was opening for you, that was already, you guys were already signed?
Yeah.
So many ways, it's like the person that runs Atlantic is a record collector. And I think anybody that's a serious record collector, the point isn't to listen to the records. The point is to find them, own them, and file them away, and then find the next thing. That's so much of what I experienced as an A&R person at Atlantic, which was I wanted to unwrap and play and live with the thing that I had signed.
Well, I feel like you were coming from the mentality of the 80s A&R guy that wanted to build a career for a band like The Cure. You know, like The Cure probably wouldn't have a record deal if it was in the climate of 2002, you know?
Or the Flaming Lips that we were all friends with.
Yeah.
You know, like Atlantic was a very specific label that capitalized on something that had momentum and a lot of money behind it.
Yep.
So the difference is, you know, the difference between POD having a shot and Kill Hannah having a shot was just timing and luck. Like I would go sit with Ahmet Erdogan, who founded Atlantic. He's the Turkish immigrant who discovered Aretha Franklin, Ray Charles, Led Zeppelin, Rolling Stones. He would say all these amazing stories, but he would always end with it's timing and luck.
Yeah.
And so I feel like with Kill Hannah, you know, you guys were right in between like nu metal and what became known as emo.
Yeah,
like, to me,
totally.
Emo was like the band Come. Emo was like a different, like Slint. So I didn't know, like everyone was like emo. I'm like, Fall Out Boy's emo, My Chem is emo. Like I don't know that.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I
yeah.
feel like you know, in many ways, like most influential or significant acts, you know, you guys probably influenced a lot of those acts that came after you. The you know, like I see our friend Pete Wentz, our kids go to school together, and you know that like Kilhanna was very influential to Fall Out Boy. You know, the fact that you guys did what you did, it's almost like you're the missing link between new metal and emo.
Yeah, I
And
mean, yeah,
and,
kind of, yeah,
and
yeah.
by the way, like when you guys toured with him, it was the same thing. Like I'll
Yeah, yeah.
never. Oh man, that still hurts. Like we had we. I remember. Can I fast forward to the second record?
Yeah, real quick. Yeah, do that.
Um, or we can hold on. I got thumbs down again. I don't even know what that is.
Who's giving you thumbs down?
I don't know. It pops up.
Where's that coming? I don't even know where that's coming from.
Just trying to be me, man. No. But, okay, the really quick story is that when you guys were touring with him, I was really excited because
Which I think this was. I think was it 2004 or 2005?
something like that. I mean,
Yeah.
I think 04, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
But him was the biggest selling act at Hot Topic at the time. They were the peak of the type of band that your fans also listen to, and you guys were the opening band for him. And I remember the first A&R meeting we had with all the new people that came over from Elektra Records. Leor Cohen was there and all these other people, and I was like really excited because we had Lips Like Morphine as a song. We had a really good video, and I just remember presenting that video, and one of the people were like, "What's that stuff on the singer's face?" I was like, "Oh, you know, it's like eyeliner. You know, at sports people wear it." He goes, "Well, we'll tell them to wipe that stuff off." And I was like, "But why?" You know. And then I was like, "Well, you know, they're gonna tour with this Finnish goth metal band called Him," and they're like, "Dude, sit down." And I'm like, "Listen, none of you understand what's going on with this audience. None of you shop at Hot Topic. None of you wear anything that resembles what would be sold at Hot Topic. But this is something that's happening right now, and we should be paying attention to." So anyway, you guys. So I was like, "Look, also Him is looking to be signed." They're like, "Rubeli, sit down." And I was like, "Come on." Anyway, so fast forward to like a month later, it's a Sunday. I'm in my backyard, and my boss calls from Atlantic, and he's like, "Why the F haven't you told us about this band Him?" I was like, is this a joke? And he's like, "Everyone's talking about it. They have the same attorney as Madonna. This is your type of music. Why have I never heard of this band?" I was like, "Dude, the first A&R meeting we had, I presented them. Kilhanna's on the road opening for them. And, you know, you guys told me to sit the F down." And they're like, "Well, you should have stayed the F up." and then Jason Flom, who's the reason why we were able to hire Jonny K and do a second record together, was like, "Rubeli, we effed up. Let's get on a plane and go do this." So you guys met Flom a few times on the road when you were out with him, and Him ended up signing with another label. We had worked with Tim Palmer, doing a song together.
And he worked with him as well.
Yeah, he was like Him's producer. So anyway, you know, look, it as much as you guys had a hard time, I had a hard time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
As much as, you know, we all wanted something to happen, it all comes down to just the timing. It all comes down to, you know, whether the world is ready for it in the moment or not. But all these later, you know, what is it? Lips Like Morphine has 7 million streams or something on Spotify, which you know, to me is not nothing.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, everybody, go to our Spotify and listen to as many Kilhanna songs as you can, because we need to get our numbers up.
You guys need.
I feel like we broke up at the worst time for streaming. It was like right before streaming became something. So all our fans were more digesting our music either through iTunes or through physical CDs. And it just never, like, we weren't playing shows. We weren't in the, you know, eye of like the streaming audience, you know.
Well, so to my point, earlier, it's almost
Yeah.
like you guys were the missing link between new metal and emo, because
Yeah.
there's all these new metal festivals, there's all these emo festivals. You guys aren't playing any of them.
Yeah, exactly.
And
And we don't fit with either of them either. I mean, that's what sucks. Like,
but then
we got
Slow
lumped
Dive
in.
playing the metal festival in Vegas.
What'd you say?
Slow Dive is playing like the metal festival.
God, that's so
Vegas.
wild. That's so wild. I mean, yeah. I mean, I think we could play either of them now, but back then, I feel like we were never accepted by the emo community or the metal community, and so it was really hard to build the following when we weren't part of the scene. We didn't come up with either of the bands. We made our own scene, so
Right.
it was really hard to get the tours, which was almost as hard as getting a record deal, and getting the big tour. We wanted to tour with 30 Seconds to Mars. We played some shows with them. We wanted to tour with My Chemical Romance. We played a couple shows with them, but we never got a full tour like we did with him. And I think the him tour definitely changed our trajectory, our fucking career, because that gave us a European audience, UK, like got us on the radar.
Got you to live your dream.
Yeah. So I mean, that was another thing too. So after the first record, and him, we did the tour with him before we did the second record. We toured with them again on the second record, but on the first record, we got offered to go over with them. They wanted to bring us in their bus and like let us use their gear because they loved our band. It was like one of the favorite bands they ever toured with. And so we went to the label, we went to our manager, and they all said, no, don't do it. Yeah. It's a waste of money. And we're like, what the fuck? And
once again, you say label.
Not you. You.
Listen, just so you know, I had signed another band around this time called Louis the 14th.
Yeah.
And Louis the 14th was the opening act for the Killers for the first handful of years. They did all those tours, and then they got offered the Killers tour in Europe and in the UK. They also got told no.
Oh my God.
They did the Jonathan Ross show in the UK, the only band on Atlantic in years to have done that. And the Killers were like the foremost alternative band at the time.
Yeah. Well, that was like another argument too, right?
But once again, Atlantic says no to that.
Well, and the funny thing is when they wanted us to change our name, they're like, you can't have Kill in the title. It's bad for schools, blah, blah. And then the Killers blow up. And we're like, well, what's that?
Yeah. Well, but like I said, I think the problem is, and look, Atlantic let me do a lot of amazing things, let us make 2 great records together. I'm not sugarcoating it, but the fact of the matter is that when you have a label like Atlantic that is so diluted at the top, meaning there are so many people vying for the same slots, that when you don't have a singular way to have a label activated and get behind a project, then you get lost in that, because the act that wins the bidding war that costs the most is the thing that gets the most attention.
Yeah, exactly.
The rare record that is most recently acquired is the thing that's thought about the most. And the irony,
that's what we kind of like. We were always a band that would do anything, like we were like, you want us to wake up at 5 a.m. and play the show? Yes. Like we were just down for whatever. Like we were team players. Like, we would do anything the label asked. And then we saw other bands that were like commanding what the label did, and they got all the attention, and we're like, what the fuck? Yeah. But it was like they had like the confidence and the vision, I mean, that we also had, but we were just like, oh, we want to, be nice basically and do whatever label.
And by the way, the same thing. Like I was never one of those like shouty, yelly people.
Yeah.
You had a manager for a minute that was like that.
and we definitely had some yelling matches with him.
Yeah, and yeah, I had to listen a lot to that. But I would say that, you know, the fact that you guys put in the time, put in the work, and had the ability to be long term, none of that mattered. It should have mattered. It mattered to me. It mattered to the peers that I had in the industry, because I never signed a band in a bidding war. I never chased something alongside everyone else. It always was from my gut. It was always from my heart. It was always like things that I saw in the smallest clubs, things that resonated with me. And, you know, those things have always stuck with me. Like, that's why, you know, seeing the Smashing Pumpkins play shows before Gish, playing Smashing Pumpkins play during Gish, and then being able to tour with them in the summer of 1994 and see every show for Melancholy and the Infinite Sadness was, you know, like they were able to do something because they were on a label, Virgin, where the top wasn't diluted like Atlantic. Like, they were one of a handful of acts versus one of a billion acts.
Well, yeah, and they were also the top selling indie band of all time when they went over to Virgin, you know?
Right.
So it was like, you know,
but also,
it was their time.
When they were an indie act, Virgin was also funding all of that. So
yeah.
You know, that you know, that was all
there's a reason. There's a reason.
But it was strategic, right?
Yeah.
I think, again, life in general, you know, some of us get lucky, some of us don't. Some of us have the right timing, some of us don't. But what I like now about where music is at, and especially post-pandemic, I don't think there's ever going to be a subculture again, because everything is so exposed and nothing.
I agree. Yeah.
But what I do think has replaced that is finding your own niche, finding something that speaks directly to you, that draws you to people like you, and is something that is a comfort to you, is a inspiration to you, and in many ways, for all of us, a savior. Because those of us that were fringy in life and were drawn to things on the outside and were drawn to things on the periphery, we all found each other. You know, the fact that I could call Joseph Culties to say, photograph this band all these years later.
Yeah, it's so awesome.
You know, it was wonderful to me. The fact that, you know, Billy Corgan, you know, remained a part of helping us get the word out about you guys was wonderful. Joe Shanahan was wonderful. Chris Holmes, like the Tommy Sunshine, shout out, love Tommy. You know, like, I still listen to the you know, his remix of the Fisher Spooner Wire cover.
Oh yeah.
All the time. And anyway, dude, I'm rambling.
Yeah. Well, thank you for the time, Rubeli. I mean, and also John is going to be part of the Lollapalooza documentary that's showing at Sundance in January or February, and it's going to be on Paramount Plus in March or something.
I don't know when it's the actual release date.
But yeah, so it's a Lollapalooza documentary. John Rubeli, if you guys didn't know, he booked the second stage, like he said before. But if you're just tuning in, he booked the second stage of Lollapalooza in the early '90s. So basically, the birth of the second stage, he was responsible for that and booking all the bands on that, like The Verve, Flaming Lips. Who else played that stage?
Stereolab.
Yeah. Stereolab, yeah. I mean, so many awesome bands.
Boo Radleys.
Yeah, Boo Radleys. God, But you'll learn all that when you watch the documentary. Right. So, but thank you, John, for your time and everything, and thank you for signing us and changing our lives. Like, literally, we would not have a career if it wasn't for you. So thank you so much. We owe you our lives.
Oh man. Well, I'm glad we're still pals, and you guys are. But listen, you guys, you know, you guys are all special folks doing special things, and I think that, you know, the business comes and goes, but I think the lasting contribution you guys have made musically and also personally, you know, it you know, don't underestimate the import of all that you guys have done.
No, I mean, the hard knocks of like, you know, taking forever to get signed, which is one of the reasons why we called the record Forever and Ever. Basically made us the band that we are, you know, and I don't think we would have, if we just relied on a label or radio, we wouldn't have lasted as long as we did. Just because we were a punk band, we were DIY, we did everything ourselves. Like Matt made a lot of the, you know, almost all the album artwork except for the second album, Until There's Nothing Left of Us. And we made all our own T-shirts, and like, you know, we did everything so DIY and so punk, more than most punk bands or emo bands at that time, you know. So I definitely don't take that for granted, you know. But thanks again for your time.
All right, I'll see you soon, dude. Have a good one.
Yeah, we'll see you soon. And also, John has 2 daughters that live in Chicago, so he comes to Chicago often. I'm glad you still got.
I will be in March seeing the Kooks.
Okay,
and
awesome.
I'll also be seeing Arlo Parks.
Oh, awesome. All right.
I can't wait. All right,
I'll join you. I'll join you. Yeah, I'll join you.
Bye,
all right. Thanks again, John. Okay. Well, thank you, John Rubeli, for that. Thank you for this hype train, everybody. Thank you for the 200 bits. Thank you, the Grid Chicago. Thank you. Oh, Miss Chess Knight's here. Patricia Official's here. Hello, Patricia Official. Hello, Miss Chess Knight. Thank you for the raid. Shiva, thanks for the 200 bits. Mike C. Music is here. Shiva, thanks for 1,000 bits. Kara, thanks for the 200. Hold on, I have to get Jonny in. Jonny, hold on 1 second. I'm coming down. I got to play a song, okay? Oh, yeah, cool. Okay. All right, I have to go get Jonny. He is here. I'm going to play, let's do, you know what? I'm going to show the making of some unwanted behind-the-scenes footage, okay? So take a look at this, and then I'm going to get Jonny and bring him up, okay? So check this out. Hey, Steve. Showing some behind-the-scenes footage here. All right. Look who's here, everybody. Look who's here. We got him back in the old Kilhanna practice space.
I have not been here in quite a while. Yeah. How long's it been?
I mean, I don't know. We haven't practiced here in, like, God, because we were practicing at JBTV all the time.
That's right.
So, I mean, I don't think.
I mean, I've like come hang out here.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think we've practiced here in probably 10 years. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
So Johnny Recchi in the house, everybody.
What's
Johnny
going
is
on,
here.
everybody? Happy holidays, Merry Christmas.
Yeah. We got a hype train here. Thank you for all the bits, everybody. Sorry, can't get to everyone. Teach, thanks for the 300 bits. Kara, thanks for the 200. Mike C. Music. Oh, God. So, yeah, Johnny's here, everybody. We also have Sean Beaven, our producer, on the line. So let's bring him into the fold, and we can talk to him and talk about recording the album for Never and Ever. All right, Sean, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
All right, good.
Hey, Johnny.
Hi, Sean. Long time no talk.
Yeah.
What was it? Just 24 hours ago we were on the phone?
Yeah. For sure.
So if you guys don't know, Sean's got a band called 8mm that Johnny plays in.
Yep.
And so, yeah, Sean has never stopped being involved with Kill Hannah, I think, since we recorded together.
He keeps showing up at the door. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and you're also one of the reasons why Elias plays in the band too, because you recommended Elias. I remember when Garrett had.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
I'm sorry.
Did we go through the history of Sean and Kill Hannah yet? Or
No, we'll start that. So we were talking a little bit about it before with John Rubeli, how we got that demo deal through Universal, and you came to our showcase that we played in LA to just like 10 people, those awkward fucking showcases that probably never have. Do those even happen anymore? Do showcases even happen anymore for rock bands?
I don't know.
Sean shrugs his shoulders.
I don't know.
But anyways, yeah, Universal flew us out there. Instead of just coming to a show, they flew us out to LA, put us up, and then we played a show in basically a rehearsal room that looked like kind of a live room, and Sean was one of the guys in the room. There was probably like 10 or 15 people.
We were there for about 3 days and basically showcasing for every label under the sun.
Yeah.
And Sean, if I remember correctly, you were there for all 3 days, and I
think I was, yeah.
And we were already, I shouldn't say just me, all of us were already massive fans of your work, all the stuff you had done with 9 Inch Nails and Marilyn Manson. So
especially you for that.
But meeting you, I remember of all these label suits and executives and everybody, I was so excited to meet you. And here we are. Yeah, keep going.
So how did you discover us? Like who told you to go to that showcase?
I think my manager Shannon did.
Okay.
And I think I can't remember, but there was like an A&R guy from Universal that had contacted us, and then we went, to see the show, obviously. And there were some other guys that were coming that were friends of mine. And it was just like the first day was fun, and I was like, I'm just gonna go to all these things and hang out and just kind of, because I love live bands. Like I love seeing a band that can play live, and that was one of the draws. Was you guys were good live, and good together, and so it was interesting to me. You know what I mean? And I wanted to see how it all worked.
Yeah. So after watching it, then or after seeing us, Universal doesn't want to sign us right away, but they'll give us a demo deal. And a demo deal is basically they give you enough money to record like 3 songs with a good producer. In this case, that would be Sean Beaven. So I think we did that at CRC, didn't we, in Chicago?
Yeah, we did it at CRC.
Yeah. So Sean came to Chicago. We recorded these 3 songs, give it to the label, and they're like, "No, thanks." And we're like, "What the fuck?" And so we were
I guess I screwed it up.
It was devastating. It was like devastating. And on those, what were the 3 songs we recorded? Kennedy?
From now on.
Right, From Now On, and Unwanted.
Was it Unwanted?
Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unwanted.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we had those.
Which I
3.
loved. I loved Unwanted. That was like my favorite track of the.
Yeah. So I mean, it's so weird, like hearing those songs now. It's like, God, they're so obvious radio pop songs. But in the climate
they're
back in
saying
the day,
they're saying it might have been raining all the time. No.
Raining?
Oh, raining all the time. Yeah. That was the other one.
It was
So
raining all
it's
the time?
Unwanted, raining all the time. Yeah.
Definitely from
Yeah.
now on, because I remember our demo version was cool, but then your version just it gave it a whole new thing. And then eventually, I don't want to skip ahead, but from that demo deal, the label passing, more time elapses, and then of course Rubeli somehow it ends up on his desk.
Yeah. He got it through Steve Hutton, actually. That's what he just said.
Right. So then we eventually inked the deal, but then when they're asking about producers, which producer under the sun, who would you guys like to go with? And I think it was unanimous. It was Sean.
Yeah. I mean, I think there was no question just because you did our demos. We liked the demos. We liked working with you. Yeah. We liked your history. You know, everything just seemed to make sense. And we were definitely a very kind of a loyal band. It's like you went out of your way and recorded us without any guarantees. And so we were like, we're going to be loyal to Sean, you know?
Definitely Midwestern guys. You
know?
Yeah. Like the Clevelander and me and the Chicagoans and you, like that.
Yeah.
It's a very Midwest kind of like work together fest. Yeah.
Yeah, if you guys don't know, so Sean was like, lived in Cleveland with Trent, came up with Trent and that whole crew, the Nine Inch Nails crew, which led him to Marilyn Manson, and he also did No Doubt and a bunch of other bands. Continues, he just did Three Teeth, so he's still a current producer and just kicking ass in the music world. Also, his band 8mm with Jonny and Elias.
And Sean also is the front of house engineer for my other band Filter.
Yeah.
Sean designed all of our live sound, our in-ear monitors, everything, our rigs. That's the guy. So Sean and I have been doing a lot of traveling together in the last couple of years.
Yeah, we have.
And then
it's been it's such a blast, to get back together with Rich.
I know
and,
that's
and with Jonny and Elias, and it's just
full circle, full circle.
This summer was great. Some of you guys probably saw it, but Filter, we were on tour with Rob Zombie, Alice Cooper, Ministry for most of the summer, and Sean, obviously Rob's manager Tony Ciula has worked with Sean, grew up with Sean in Cleveland. Back with the Nine Inch Nails and Manson days. And so Tony being on the road with Zombie and seeing Sean and all those guys.
And Sean was doing sound for you guys.
And Sean was doing sound for us. And then having Richard Patrick being there with Tony Seal and Sean. I mean, it was like, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun for me to sit there and watch that.
It was full Cleveland Mafia, really.
Yeah. And then our tour manager was your old tour manager from Nine Inch Nails. So
yeah, Jim Craccio, Jim, our tour manager, was the first engineer I ever assisted engineered for.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so that was like my first week out of college. I got hooked up with Jim and did some sessions with him and stuff. So yeah, it was kind of crazy, thing.
So let's take a look right now. This is I'll start. I have a couple clips with you, Sean. The first one is doing pre-production for an unknown song. I don't know what song this is. But let's take a listen.
There were a lot of them. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Because I know we went through a bunch of ideas in pre-pro, but we kind of nailed it down to the 10 or 11 that we did. So let's take a look at this.
Everybody seemed to be playing different chords or something stuff going on.
Well, I stopped altogether.
You didn't play at all.
That makes a big difference because I think I'm carrying the main.
You're carrying the main thing of and I heard a chord at the end of that first phrase that you played that I don't think I'd ever heard before.
Really?
Yeah. But it might be because his guitar wasn't in. It really made a huge difference.
It has a lot to do with it.
But that build is, just a little bit cleaner on the guitar, and then it really has to punch in at the end of it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the main issue.
So long as the drums are doing exactly what they always have done, right?
Supposed to, yeah. The drums were fine. The drums and bass were fine.
Drums and bass are fine. You hear that, everybody?
Yeah, let's just do the bridge right now.
There he is. Is that you fucking just noodling in the background?
Probably.
Well, let's hear what I think we're about to get into it.
Oh, there. We
Whatever happened to the last chord of the first
Oh,
phrase isn't right.
this isn't.
What it was.
I think we're trying to come out of the bridge.
Played a different chord at the end of the first phrase.
Anyone here live? We're coming out.
Oh, is anyone here live?
I think that's what we're trying to figure out.
Oh, no shit.
I think
All
we're
right.
trying to figure out how to resolve the bridge.
Okay. So Jonny was saying it's
I think we're trying to resolve the bridge for anyone here alive.
which was
Oh,
I think was
yeah.
which I think was the last song that we recorded and then we wrote for this album for Never Never. I think that was the last song.
It might have been.
Yeah.
I think it was too. I remember
Yeah.
that being the last
I'm
song.
almost positive. Is anyone? I'm gonna look at the message boards over here.
Were we doing that at Cole rehearsal?
We were at JC's, so yeah, Colt Street.
Yeah, JC's. That's right. His place. Yeah.
Yeah, so Colt Street, Los Angeles.
Yeah.
I remember we came right after Halloween, so it was the beginning of November of 2002, and we spent the first 3 weeks or 2.5 weeks there.
Yeah.
And then we moved to Ocean and Burbank to do drums for about the rest of November, or into early December.
Yeah.
And then once actually recording drums, I still haven't made a record as impressive as it was with the way that you build your microphones and how everything's placed, and then the amount of drums being supplied. I'm talking.
Yeah, we had the drum doctor come in, and we went through. I think one day was just spent on snares, just finding the right snare.
But
finding the right snare. Yeah, I mean, it's like when Garrett's so good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes,
that
he
you
is.
got to get the right drum. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because he's so good. You want to make sure all those articulations are right. You can't just sample it all. You know what I mean? Like you got to use real drums. Yeah.
Yeah, and I remember even certain songs like "They Can't Save Us Now" or "10 More Minutes with You." You guys would switch snares in between verses and choruses to get that big room. And I remember that huge drum room, the live room there at Ocean in Burbank. You had mics all the way down, like 100 yards away, just picking up room ambience. It was amazing. Yeah.
It's a great sounding room, and we had another drum set at the other end that was like a smaller room that we could get big ambience from, but it was more for the tight verse kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's take a clip. This is a clip right now of Sean actually EQing Johnny's pedals. So check this out. This is pretty fun. So yeah, Sean, you're EQing Johnny's pedals for New Heart for Christmas, which I think is awesome.
I was twiddling knobs. I think that was the Moger Foger ring modulator pedal. Yeah.
Yeah, the very hands-on producer
and
there,
the
everybody.
tremolo, and then of course nothing sounds better than a Marshall amp and a Les Paul guitar.
I think that's the best thing we did though. So I remember instead of renting it, we bought the amps.
No, so what we ended up doing is we rented the same exact JCM 2000 DSL that I would use live, and for some reason, as we were tracking, it just wasn't getting warm enough, that tone. So we ended up having Rocket Cargo ship my head.
Oh, really?
To Los Angeles. Well, it was back in the day.
I thought we bought them.
No. They shipped my head out, and then because I had already been playing with it in Kilhanna.
Yeah.
And of course, they gave us the gear budget after. I mean, it was back in the day with record labels.
You're like, God,
spent money.
Yeah, like I think what was our budget for this record?
A lot.
Yeah, it was like it was just insane. Like we could have made
It was $250,000, I think.
Yeah, quarter million. Like, and we got. I mean, that was. I'm just glad we got that experience.
Yeah.
Because we got to get fucking sushi every day.
Oh yeah.
Or like whatever we wanted to eat.
Yeah,
the
catering budget was insane.
Yeah.
They moved us to Los Angeles for 8 months.
Yeah.
Like we had apartments there. We had a car. Like
yeah, they rented us a minivan. We had Oakwood apartments.
Yeah.
You know, like
and we locked out Sage and Sound, which is the studio where we did all the guitars and vocals and overdubs, drum comping. We were there for the majority of the time making Forever and Ever, and that was an amazing studio that you selected, Sean. Great bands like Chicago bands like OK Go had recorded there. Weezer. Sadly, it's not there anymore. But yeah, that wasn't cheap either. Locking out a studio for 8 months, 6 months.
Yeah, that was a long time. We played a lot of Halo. Yeah,
that was another thing too. Halo just came out. We played the shit out of it on tour, and then we got Beaven involved on it.
And we got his 9-year-old daughter at the time.
And I remember Lord of the Rings just came out. I think we did a group outing for Lord of the Rings.
We did. We were watching the first one in the rec room, and then we went to go see the Two Towers together on our day off.
Yep. Yeah, Two Towers. Yeah. It was great.
Because it was right on Sunset, so Cinerama Dome was right down the street, so we could walk to it, which was great. I remember going to Amoeba every day, like going to see their used section in CDs and just like seeing if I needed to buy anything.
If Greg wasn't recording, he was down the street at Amoeba and would always come back with CDs.
Yeah.
And back then that was DVDs too. We would buy for the apartment.
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, why did we only watch 2? We watched Wet Hot American Summer.
Yeah. Old school.
And
that was
no,
like
it
more
wasn't
onto it.
out
That was later.
Yeah.
So, Sean, what was your? I guess do you have any like favorite memories of recording?
I loved putting Matt in the closet to do vocals.
Oh, we got video of that actually. We got video of that. Let's watch that right now because I think this is hilarious. Yeah, I'm like this is good. All right, let's check this out right now.
Oh, that was pretty funny.
There's Sean now.
You want to go for the chorus again?
Look like the 'cause they can't save us now, 'cause we're far away from home and there's nowhere else to go. They can't ever save us now. Will they ever understand? We don't want to be like them.
Matt's gonna kill me for showing that.
I didn't do it. It's all great. I think you sound good.
Yeah, I think it sounded pretty good too. Got you good, you fucker. So yeah, this is a little bit of how the studio is laid out here. And there's Beaven doing what he does, producing. Right. So yeah, that's good work there. You got the performance out of them that we needed.
Yeah.
So yeah, sorry to interrupt. Any other memories from recording?
I just remember the Jonny always trying to punch Moose Man in the shoulder. It's like constant, like little Jonny just smacking as hard as he could.
I didn't grow up with brothers. You know, I had sisters, so I had to get it out.
Oh,
somewhere.
we definitely hazed the shit up Johnny
Oh,
for
yeah.
many years.
No, it was the total little brother syndrome. Yeah, it was great.
Oh man.
I mean, there's so many great, like, I mean, there were great performances. There were great moments of, just you guys were such a cohesive unit. You know what I mean? Like, and one of the best things I think was when we were doing drum tracks, we had the whole band playing.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
so the band played live. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you got that feeling, and it was one of the things. So one of the reasons why when I did went to see the showcases and stuff, I was like, this is a band I've got to record live. Like, I've got to record them playing live, and then we can overdub stuff, but I got to have the feeling of these guys who have been on the road. They've been tested. Like, I need to have them play like that, and just we got some amazing takes from Garrett, like that energy that you guys gave him, like, transferred into the drum tracks for sure.
Yeah, because I remember when you heard Garrett play and you got him in the studio, you were like, if you lived in LA, I would be using you for every session.
Yes. Oh, it's so easy to work with. Great player, writes great parts. You know what I mean? Like, he's just a great guy.
Well, and he also had the producer mind.
Yes.
Like he was also like so
Well,
he
he
knew how to communicate with you like really easy.
Oh, super easy. And whenever I had any little change on, like, the articulation of a drum fill or whatever, like, he was just right away, oh yeah, okay, I get it. You know what I mean? And he felt why it was being done.
Also, he could comp his own drums. When you when you and Critter were in the control room, busy doing other stuff, Garrett's in another room.
Garrett was in the other room
comping
comping.
rooms.
Oh,
Of course.
by the way, let's show that because I wanted to show a clip of Critter because he passed away 12 years ago, a few days ago. So let's check that out right now. Here's Garrett and Critter comping drums.
Oh, look out. Getting fancy there.
I hope there's another take of it.
Definitely race the dream.
All right. So yeah, had to show Critter. Critter was the engineer for Kill Hannah for this record. And Sean, you worked with him a bunch of times before, right?
Oh yeah, lots of records, and he was great because he's a great personality. You know what I mean? He was just a poet philosopher.
Yeah.
Well,
and he was from Chicago. He was from Chicago.
Yeah.
Worked with Ministry. Cut his teeth here, and then was living in LA, working with you and a bunch of other producers and stuff. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
Actually, we loved him. So he actually wasn't supposed to be booked for the entire session for Never Never, and we all loved it so much that we got the label to
you
keep
guys
him
fought
on.
for him.
Yeah.
You guys fought for him to stay, which was awesome for me too. He's invaluable. He had such a great vibe. You know what I mean? Like, I first met him with doing Ministry, actually.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we got the record done. It took fucking forever to mix. I just remember. What was your? Because you weren't. I don't think you were part of the mix because we had Tim Palmer mixing it, but I think you did some roughs. Did any of your roughs wind up on the album or no?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Tim did such a great job, but it did take a long time to get it all together.
Yeah.
I mean, you definitely had. I remember you having conversations with Tim, and Tim is an extraordinary mixing engineer. Has done some of the most iconic records, but he really respects Sean, and I remember them because this was an important record for all of us.
We still, Tim and I still talk back and forth. You know?
Awesome. Love that.
Yeah. So
and he's just a great guy. I think he was the perfect guy to mix the record. And it was, I think the record came out great. I still, whenever I listen to it now, I'm like, fuck, it's a great record. And like with what Matt Skaggs did too, like,
Skaggs.
What he brought to the table with the great drum programming and stuff, like
the silent member of Kill Hannah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I was
mean,
trying to get him on the stream today, but he's busy. He also is back in Chicago, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
So, but long overdue with a hang for him, and hopefully we'll have him part of the next stream that we do, or when we do the Until There's Nothing Left of Us 20th anniversary, then we can bring him in because he also did the
right.
drum programming and everything for that. So he was with us for many years. Matt Skaggs actually lived with Matt shortly after I got in the band, and he was working with 13MG and Sheep on Drugs. He was like the sound guy for and everything. So he was part of that whole Chicago industrial scene and techno scene.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Is everyone
So
hearing
easy to
Jonny
work
okay?
with, too.
Johnny's like,
Hello?
I can turn him up.
I guess I'm just soft spoken.
Keep talking, Jonny.
Here we go. Testing 1 2.
Okay, we're gonna keep you
That's
there.
better.
Okay, all right, good. Okay, so do you have a favorite song on the record? Like, what was your favorite song? That you're, I guess, most proud of on this record.
God, there's things I love about all of them. I mean, the thing that brought me in was Unwanted because I just thought it was such a great, like anthem. You know what I mean for the Misfits. You know what I mean, like, So lyrically, that one really struck me. I just, that one.
Which is kind of surprising with your background.
Yeah.
Like not gravitating towards more of one of the electronic ones. That was kind of like our pop punk song,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It was, well, because, with my background, like that song harkened back to my childhood, and like I loved Mott the Hoople, and it just really made me feel like a great Mott the Hoople song, you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
That same thing, trying to think of I'd love 10 More Minutes with You.
That was fun. Yeah. I loved it because when we did this record, we had been playing the majority of these songs live.
Yeah, for 2 years.
For a couple years.
Yeah.
So they were, we had gotten used to them. That was the form that the arrangement seemed like that was, final. And then when you came in, we did everything in pre-pro, and then started re-recording. It just breathed new life into these songs. And like a song like the opening track, They Can't Save Us Now. It's completely different from how we used to do it live.
Yeah.
In the best way possible, with that cool stuff, with the
intro and
the
everything.
intro stuff that Dan and I are doing, and then the gang vocals that you're singing and Sean singing on. Yeah.
We had you guys were great in that you were really open to arrangement ideas and experimenting. You know what I mean? That was one of Dan's things. He loved to just pick up the guitar and then just try to come up with a new part, a new idea, a new sound. You know what I mean?
And then them, both of them not stepping on each other's toes too, was probably really impressive to you because they both had definitely, they had their own identity, for guitar players.
For sure. And I wanted to keep that too, have that idea of the feeling of, you could tell it was Dan on this side, you could tell it was Jonny on that side. You know what I mean? Because they were such individual guitarists. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Jonny would never play anything Dan came up with. And Dan would never come up with anything Jonny did. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
And that's what makes it great. It's like with Izzy and Slash. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like Izzy is never going to play something Slash would play. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like that. Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, I remember you telling us stories because Sean worked on Chinese Democracy for many years, and then he did the Kill Hannah record, and then many other records, and then Chinese Democracy finally came out, probably 10 years after.
It was 10 years after you guys came out. Yeah.
So I loved hearing the stories about Chinese Democracy. I mean, Sean could have his own podcast, for Christ's sake,
he really
with
could.
all the stories he has and the life he's lived with all the bands he's worked with and everything, and continues to.
I've gotten lucky, yeah.
All right, well, thanks so much, Sean, for joining us today. It was great to hear from you and hang out. I know you'll see Jonny soon, but hopefully I'll see you at the next 8mm show in LA.
Awesome.
So everybody check out 8mm too. It's 8mm
right
on Spotify.
And we have some stuff in 2024 with 8mm.
Yep.
So stay tuned. Yeah, stay tuned for that.
So yeah, make sure you follow 8mm. What's on Instagram? 8mm official.
Yes, 8mm official on Instagram. Yeah.
Yeah.
And 8mm loves you with the website.
Okay, 8mm loves you.
Juliet,
Yeah. So
our singer Juliet, my wife, got her start with Kill Hannah.
That's right.
Yeah,
we should talk about that real quick.
We have to talk about that.
Yeah.
I forgot. Yes. Actually, Sean, you should talk about, because, well, we had all these samples, if you guys remember some of the demos, or you have the records, the official records, and you hear some of those like Marilyn Monroe stuff, whatever. Those we did not get cleared.
Let me get Juliet.
Yeah,
Hold
bring
on.
her in.
Yeah,
we didn't get cleared for those because that costs money and the labels have to pay that stuff, and so we just had to recreate it.
Yeah.
And Sean was like, "Well, my wife, she's hanging out. She's here. Why don't we get her in the studio?" So take it from there.
Yeah, she likes to mimic things and stuff. So.
There's the lovely Juliet Beaven.
Why do I feel like this is deja vu? Like it was my business, and out of nowhere, it's like, hey, pop in for a second, and nothing. What could go wrong?
Yeah, what could go wrong?
Sean and Juliet and myself are on Zooms pretty much every other day if I'm not in person, hanging out with them in person. So. Welcome back.
So Juliet is the singer in 8mm, their project.
Yeah.
And she got her start with recording the Kill Hannah song? I didn't know this.
Yes. She'd never sung before.
No way. I did not know that. I thought she sang before. Like I had no idea.
I remember Sean being like, "Oh my God, my wife can sing," and like,
and thinking, "Oh, the horror of that." Yeah. But yeah, it was that thing of John. John Rubeli asked me on. It was like the last day we were getting ready to send the record to Tim, and so I was just cleaning up tracks and stuff. And John came in and said, "Hey, I want female vocals on these 2 songs." And I was like, "Okay." And I'm like running through the Rolodex trying to find a female singer that was available.
Well, he lied to me and he was like, "Oh, I'm cold. Could you bring me a hoodie? Studios are so cold." And I walked in, go sing. And I'm like,
That's pretty much. I was like stuck. There's no one, and so Juliet walked in. I'm like, "Hey, come over here for a second."
Yeah, come up to this microphone that's already turned on.
Come up to this microphone and do this.
So do you remember what was the first song you did?
I did the I think I did the "Oh, I want to be with you."
Yes. Big shot.
Oh,
yeah, Big Shot.
That never even made the record.
Yeah, that was supposed to be.
God.
That was supposed to be a B-side. Well, it did get released. Bam released it.
On Hope for the Hopeless. Yeah.
And it was funny because I get it to the control room, and Critter's there getting ready to record or whatever, and Critter and Juliet were like best friends. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he goes. You know what I mean? And he presses record, and she starts singing. And we both looked at each other like, we had no idea. It was like, holy God, she sings.
And then you're like, let's start a band. What are we doing?
Exactly.
What have I been wasting my whole what the hell?
Yeah. But then we had it
like a week later. He was like, "You want to start a band?"
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow. I wrote a couple songs.
I can't believe Kill Hannah could take credit for that. I love that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, Kill Hannah was the whole reason it happened. Like Kill Hannah was 2003, and we put out our first EP in 2004.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, that was after
I mean, I never knew that was your first time singing, and like to do it. Oh, that's so wild. I mean, that had to be intimidating for you too, because like
I actually went into the lounge when I did that first part, and they said, Sean goes, "Okay, this will work, but we're gonna do all of it. Everything I need." I'm like, "Okay." So he goes, "Give me a minute." So I went into the lounge and I was like, "Okay, if this sucks, it's your fucking fault, and Sean will fix it." And you guys are like, "Yeah."
Playing Halo. Playing Halo.
Don't worry about it.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
That's
yeah,
so
but
awesome.
that was the thing, like the start of what we did, So we owe Kill Hannah, obviously.
Sure.
And Jonny has stuck with us forever.
Oh my God, it's my pleasure. Juliet has one of the loveliest voices I've ever heard. We have some new stuff. As I said earlier, that you'll hear more about later on.
Yeah, but it's so wild because we met you in 2002, and here we are 21 years later, and still friends. Still, you're in a band with Jonny and Elias. Like, I mean, I don't think there's another band that's probably intertwined with your life as much as Kill Hannah was.
Yeah, really.
Considering all the bands you've worked with, in your history, it is kind of wild.
No, it is. It's I mean, I've been lucky too to work with some pretty great people, and we do all seem to kind of, I'm not one of those producers that works with someone and then they won't work with me again, or they won't, I mean, they
Yeah.
stay friends. It's like I pretty much stay friends with almost everyone I work with. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I've gotten so lucky to work with such great people because they're not just great musicians, great writers, but really good people.
Yeah, and it makes the
Have them in
experience
my
so
life,
much better. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kill
All right.
Hannah
Well,
just
thank you both. Thank you.
infectious.
Yeah. You guys
Well,
are like mold.
thank you for your time. Thanks for both of you. Thank you
I
for
love you
everything,
both.
Sean Beaven.
You guys are amazing.
Yeah, we'll see you soon. We're gonna play some 10 more minutes now for Sean Beaven here and Juliet. All right. Thank
right.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, let's get back to some music, shall we?
Say hello to Greg.
All right, that was from 2006, New Heart for Christmas at Metro. I don't remember. I mean, I can't. All of the Newharts kind of blend in together. I can't remember. The only one I remember is the one with Shiny Toy Guns we did at House of Blues that stood out.
Yeah.
From the rest.
Well,
but-
and I found some crisp, pristine little mini flyers for that.
Yeah,
well, I thought it was because it said House of Blues, and I was like, oh, that must have been the one with Shiny Toy Guns. But it was Newhart 2, and it said their debut album for Never and Ever. So I guess in 2003.
No, we did it in 2002. That was the first one.
Well, no, it said Newhart 2.
I know, that's what I'm saying. We started it in 2002, Newhart.
Right.
And then 2003 is when the record came out.
So we did House of Blues 2 years in a row.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
We then would switch it between Metro and House of Blues going forward, but I didn't know that. I forgot that we did House of Blues 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
And Metro was probably like, "What are you guys doing?"
Yeah. You played her fucking 50 times.
Yeah. Get back here.
Yeah. So and I think was the second one. The second one wasn't Shiny Toy Guns though, was it?
No.
Yeah, it was. I think it was the third.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, they all kind of start to blend together. But hey, I just want to give some thanks to the people who gave some bits. The Grid Chicago, thank you for 500. Katie Weiss, thanks for the 100. Rachel, thanks for the 300 bits. And all of you that have subscribed, and I'm not going to be able to see them all because the chat is just going nuts. Kara and Misty, let me know if there's anything pressing from everybody. Misty and Chrissy are, I'm not missing Chrissy. Misty and Kara are the mods for the stream today. And so I just wanted to know, Elias is in the chat. Elias, are you going to get on here? Malin, join the Zoom.
Oh, yeah.
Come and dial the Zoom, Malin. Opiate Fluff in the fucking building, everybody. So, yes.
I've been here.
Elias, I emailed you the Zoom thing. So just fucking click on it and join, okay? Don't be afraid, Malin. Don't be afraid. Okay?
Oh, Donna, hi. How do we get a Polar Moon CD with your signature? Well, yes, you can purchase CDs, obviously, through Pass Inside the Present, through their Bandcamp. As far as my signature on it, I can say this. I will be touring the States with Filter this spring and summer again, and hopefully we'll be there. So I don't know other than that. Come find me at a show. Yeah, and as for our UK and European fans, I will be there in a couple months touring.
All right, nice. With Filter?
With Filter,
okay.
yeah. And we're doing a bunch. And Australia and New Zealand. So.
Hell yeah. You finally got to go to Australia.
I did.
You didn't
no,
play with us.
Not with you, but I did with Filter in 2014.
Okay.
And we did the festival circuit. It was great. And then we were supposed to go.
Did you guys do Soundwave? Or
we did.
Yeah,
we did Soundwave and all the Sidewaves. We were there for like 3 weeks.
Yeah, exactly. That's how it goes.
And then we were supposed to go back in 2017 with Ministry, but then that whole thing got canceled.
Got canceled, yeah.
So this will be our first time back in a minute, almost 10 years. So.
All right. Well, let's see here. Did Elias get his shit together? No, he didn't. Elias, join the Zoom. Here he is. Let's admit him. There he is.
There's Elias.
There's Malin.
There we go.
Hey, buddy.
There we go.
Dude, you have a beard. I just saw you like 2 weeks ago.
I know. I haven't shaved in like two weeks or something.
Okay, so
what is this? The recording of Never Never?
Right, dude. That's so thick for 2 weeks. We just had rehearsal. He and I had rehearsal literally 2 weeks ago today, and you did not have any facial hair.
That is correct.
You look glorious. Leave it. Don't shave it.
I actually texted Greg that you look fantastic.
Well, you always look fantastic. Thank you.
Man.
Thank you, my friend.
I've been enjoying this so much. Watching.
I hope other people are. I know this year has definitely been a lot more talking than music videos and live performances. So, but we're definitely giving. I think a lot of these conversations have never been had before, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, we've never brought Sean on or John Rubeli.
Yeah.
Two of the guys that were responsible for this band being what it was.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's talk to Elias a little bit about For Never Never because he was not in the band then.
right.
sure wasn't.
But I can say that I had to learn those drum parts, and I can say that the drumming on it is so clever. It's so tricky. It's so deceivably hard. What he was playing, how he approached the songs. A question I have is, how much did you guys work with him on some of those parts, or would he kind of just have free reign?
Well, yeah, a little bit, but Sean actually loved working with him on getting all the parts out. You know,
Garrett's, one of the most creative musicians that we all know, and and Matt, honestly, Matt was great with his ideas, with a lot of those early songs. Drumming was very important to us. That's why we've always had, the caliber person like yourself and Garrett playing in the band that had the chops, but also had that natural feel. So those are something that we all paid attention to, especially in this room. And Matt was, really great about working with Garrett. And Garrett was just, he was just very fluid. And they became parts. Like a lot of those things that Garrett did and the stuff that you've done and that you've played, like they're hooks. That was really important to us. I don't know. It was listening to those drums were everything that you and Garrett have done is really exciting when you listen back to those records.
Yeah, well, some of my favorite drum parts on the album would be "Race the Dream." I loved the "For Never and Never" version of "No One Dreams Anyway." How it kicks in at the end, and who came up with that from how it was.
That's how we always played it live, actually. Versus the record, like when I got in the band, we were already doing that in '97.
Okay,
okay. So. And that was James Conley or pre-Conley.
Well, no, Garrett.
So
right. Garrett. So Dan, the original drummer of Kill Hannah, died, who recorded the original version of No One Dreams Anyway.
Right.
And then after he died, Garrett played. And then Garrett left, and then James Connolly joined,
right?
And then he played for like a year or two, and then Garrett came back,
right?
So, and it was kind of pulling teeth to get Garrett to come back. Maybe we'll talk with that.
Oh man,
talk with him about that. But I always love, like with Elias, he was always frustrated because there was a way we played it live, a way we had it on record, and then a demo version of it. And sometimes the live version would incorporate all of those things.
All three, yeah.
And so we had to have Garrett make a fucking practice video to send Elias, so like he knew what we was doing. It actually wasn't to Elias; it was to anyone that was going to play drums for us.
Right.
But also,
Garrett did
we
that
were
for us,
pretty particular about how we wanted things to be played. Like anybody that came in after Garrett, like yourself or Joe Babiak, it was like, we want your natural ability, of course. Like stick to the records though, because these parts are pretty set in stone for us. And then of course, like as time goes on, you add your own flavor to it and whatever. But like, I remember being very impressed with you being able to
thank you.
To play his parts and then add pieces of yourself in there that made you stand out more than the other guys. So thank you for that, Elias.
Oh yeah, I mean playing these songs just on the drums was so fun. Also, when I saw the video that Greg, I think that you had sent me, seeing him play the parts, some of it is kind of hidden in the mix. It's sort of like you feel it, but you don't really hear it. And then when I was actually visually watching what he was doing, there were moments of, oh shit, oh wow, okay. I thought it was way easier than that, or I thought this was a simple part that is not. Some of the sticking that he had, a lot of the fills were so clever. But that's the thing. I mean, it went so beautifully with the music. And Jonny, you're right. I mean, he is one of the most all-around, most talented musicians I've ever seen. I think you guys had played me a recording of how he redid some Muse songs where he's singing, playing all the instruments, playing drums. He tracked it himself, mixed it, and I was blown away by all. I was like, this is not fair. Like most people can't play drums.
You're like, I can't do all that. How am I supposed to live up to this?
For what people don't know what we're talking about, as Garrett's a producer as well. So working up his production chops and his mix stuff, he would do these recreations of these iconic songs. And at the time, Absolution was a brand new record that we all loved. And Garrett, we got off a tour. Garrett went home and re-recorded like 2 of the songs perfectly.
Yeah.
Everything, all the
Yeah.
Matthew Bellamy parts, the
Yeah.
vocals, the pianos, the guitars. It was incredible.
Yeah, insane. I remember.
And it
hearing,
sounded.
like, what the
I'm
fuck?
sorry, but it sounded. And he's also trying to mix the production quality and the mix quality.
Yeah,
So Rich
yeah.
Costi and all that.
Yeah.
And it sounded. It sounded pretty darn close, right?
No,
All right,
I mean,
well,
it was,
let's not bore everybody.
Yeah, sorry guys.
Okay.
Let's get Race the Dream going. Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
So let's check this out right now.
Oh my god.
All right, from 2006. That was Elias's first Newhart.
Yeah,
Dude,
I was.
Elias, you crushed that.
Oh, thank you. I was so worried because we had just come off tour with the Pink Spiders. It was the first leg of that tour.
Well, we didn't come
And,
off tour. We came straight for that the night before we were
straight-
in Iowa.
Right. That's
But
absolutely.
we had been
And-
talking with you. You'd been with us for about 6 months at that
Mhm.
point, and we were talking about how big New Hearts are.
Yeah,
Right,
then
and I was
and then we gave him
shitting
like
my
20
pants. I
songs
was-
to learn.
Yeah, I was terrified. Like I'm yeah, and Also, Jonny, your dad was at that show, and he's a phenomenal player as well. So
Thank you,
that's
yeah.
the added bonus of like, oh God, I can't blow this. But after it was done, I felt so accomplished. Like, okay, I pulled this off. Fuck yeah. Also something, a quick thing, because I don't want to talk for too long, but the guitar playing on this album is phenomenal as well. And that's something that, Jonny, obviously you and Weiss added with such interesting, clever lines, lead lines, counters. How did you guys come up with that?
All right,
Like, I mean, is it just something that
before
do?
you answer that, I just want to give you the timeline. Okay, so we got to LA in October, I believe.
November 1st.
November 1st. Okay, November 1st, we started pre-pro.
Yep.
Then I think right before Thanksgiving,
I think it was right before Thanksgiving.
We started drums. We just did the drums.
We went to Burbank.
Yeah.
Ocean and Burbank.
Yeah.
Yep.
Did the drums, and then we moved
after Thanksgiving, like early December.
Yeah.
We wrapped drums that all the drums, except for like
we're at Ocean Way.
We were at Ocean.
Yeah.
And then we went to Sage and Sound in early December.
Yeah, and so I got all my bass parts done in December.
I think so.
And then you guys spent like 3 months on guitars.
We did
vocals.
We did guitars and vocals at the same time.
Yeah.
Simultaneously. So and then of course that was also having Skaggs there. He's in a room doing all of his stuff, doing new programming, updating stuff. So there was a lot, and there was overdubs and stuff for you to do.
Yeah.
Whatever. But yeah, we got the rhythm section basically down. As close as we wanted to really dive into guitars. But as you remember, though, Dan and I during pre-pro were very busy, even doing drums, because as Sean mentioned earlier, he wanted that live band aspect. So we actually recorded takes, the entire record several times with Garrett. We were all in separate rooms.
Yep.
Playing together.
Yep.
We actually kept a lot of scratch tracks. That are on the record.
Okay.
And then just elaborate. But this, Elias, to answer your question, that goes back to, I think, this band always kind of had that stuff with Matt playing guitar and whoever before Dan, it was Carrie and whatnot. But I think when I came in, it was just, I think Dan and I just had this natural thing with each other that like we didn't want to step on each other's toes, but we also wanted to compliment each other. And we were really into texture and ambience, and then also counter melodies and stuff like that. And also, you want to. There's got to be a balance with the vocals. You don't want to overstep with what Matt's doing. So we spent a lot of time in this room, in this very room, in those very early years, really, really, grinding and coming up with cool stuff. And of course, going into the and by the time, and we'd already started touring. By the time we started making the record, and then working with Sean, who's a guitar guy, and we already came in, with ideas, but also we were flexible, and we were able to do. If Sean had an idea, we were able to do it immediately and come up with cool stuff. So Dan and I already had the experience of working together and gelling with each other.
I think the biggest problem was you guys getting all of the guitar parts in the mix. Because you guys wrote so much different stuff, like what you're going to take out.
What needs to be featured, what doesn't. And also, like, the thing is, like, it can't, we're all in this together. So there were no bruised egos ever. If something needed to be that and it was Dan, or I needed to be buried, or vice versa. It was
no bass in the mix? Take it out. That happened a lot.
Well, there's another aspect, because there's lots of things. I'll just give an example, like the octave pedal part in Kennedy. Right?
Yeah.
No one can play that like Jonny, right? And that's just one example of a lot of things where I've seen a lot of other players try to replicate either what you or Weiss were doing, and it doesn't sound right. It's like, no, it's close, but it's not like with that feel, with that touch. So I always thought the guitar playing was just so special in the band, and also unique to itself.
Thank you. That's awesome, and I appreciate that. And I
Yeah.
want to credit Dan even more again because he's so fantastic and one of my favorite people on the planet. Dan was so knowledgeable and still is to this day with guitar pedals and vintage pedals and effects in that world. And I didn't really come from that world. I loved that. I grew up with shoegaze music and all that, but I had no real understanding until I came into Kill Hannah of like, oh wow, this can do that. And Dan taught me a lot of that. I mean, he got me into a lot of the really cool stuff that would be featured on records that we would make in the years to come. But
yeah, no, I mean,
so Elias, to wrap up, in 2003 when Forever and Ever came out, you were living in Phoenix, playing with Opiate for the Masses.
Yes, and I was into, but I was aware of Kill Hannah. I had a
You were.
friend who had a Hannah shirt.
Okay, so what did you know about us at the time?
I knew I knew that Kill Hannah was an alternative band, and one of my dream people to work with, Sean, who you just had on, I knew he made the record. And then there were other people in Phoenix that I was in bands with, on and off, I was friends with, that were huge fans of the scene in Chicago with Mary's Window, which later became Plastic Princess, or had a lot of ties in your world. So I was aware of the band. I knew Kennedy. I had heard that song, but I really didn't know much else at that time. I mean, it wasn't like I could go on, Spotify and just check out a song quick. Back then, if you wanted to hear a song, you had to go buy it.
Yeah.
So, I was very immersed in just like the heavy, like a much heavier world. But obviously,
Malin loves that double bass. Always did.
That's right.
Always will.
Which I snuck that on Acid Rain, by the way. But when I started working with Sean with another one of my own bands is when I really started to learn more about Kill Hannah. And then of course when I got to play with you guys, it was like this whole world opened up, like, oh my God, this is like a huge underground band. Like all these cool kids know about this. And obviously that's when MySpace was, huge and my awareness of music just shifted, because prior to that it was all like Manson, Nails, Metallica, and anything heavier.
Do you think Kill Hannah prepared you for the life that you're living now as a hired gun drummer?
Kill Hannah is still to this day is man, it's one of the hardest things I've ever done. It made me, I mean, I jumped up. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to articulate this. It made me such a better player. It taught me how to learn songs fast. It taught me about, we would be on these huge stages, playing a shed on like a radio show with like 20,000 people, and Matt would turn around and say, "We're gonna do this song now." And I'm like, wait, what? Like, all these kinds of, like just being put in the hot seat. And then it was my first time working with players that were really pro, where it was like, oh my God, these guys are signed to a label, Atlantic. This is huge. This validates my existence, of everything I'd worked for. So yeah, I mean, I could go on and on about that. But another quick thing I did want to say was when I got to start playing with you guys, seeing what Jonny and Weiss were doing, things that I thought might have been on track, I was like, oh my God, that's a guitar? How'd they figure out how to do that or make it sound like that? So being around creative people at the level that you guys were was just, I don't know. I mean, I was so excited about it the whole time. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I could ramble on and on, but let's get Hammond on here.
Okay, yeah, let's get Hammond.
Let's have him talk about some stuff. Guys, I love you. I'm gonna go run on the treadmill now.
Awesome. So Elias and I share an apartment in LA, which is where he's at now. But no, you're in Phoenix right now.
Phoenix at my I'm and I have to come back in a few days to LA to go meet Jonny so we can
play the
practice
show
and then play
because they're doing an 8mm show.
Oh, yeah.
But
say that.
Elias also plays with Kesha. He also plays with Noah Cyrus, What other
a
X?
whole bunch of people corner. But
Orianthi.
But the show that we're gonna do, if you're in LA this Friday, I think it's sold out now though. I don't think anyone can make it. But I don't know. It's gonna be awesome. Jonny, I love you. I miss you.
Love you too, buddy. Good seeing
All
you.
right.
All right. So I'm gonna play Kennedy right now.
Do it.
From our last show ever, New Heart for Christmas 10 in 2015.
Oh,
This
wow.
is Kennedy,
All right.
filmed by JBTV. Thank you, Elias. We'll talk soon.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
I wanna be a big heartbreaker, live fast and for real, and you can follow it in the papers. I wanna be, and I wanna shake hands with heroes, and kiss the girls with centerfolds on the tongue. If I could be a Kennedy, if I could be a real heartbreaker, I'd watch you crash into my arms, with the stars and feel the better of the gun. We die young.
All right, Kennedy from the last show ever that we did. Also, we have a hype train right now, so thank you, Mary Quite Contrary, for subscribing for 10 months. Jenny's here. Jenny Meyer's here. Thank you for the 500 bits. Kara, thanks for the 100. Katie Weiss, thanks for the 100. Rachel, thanks for the 400. Shiva, thanks for the 10,000. That's insane. Horseradish, thanks for the 565. Hannah Believer, thank you for the 500. The Grid Chicago, thank you for the 700. And Alicia, thank you for the 100. The screamers here. But let's bring in Garrett right now. We got the ham bone.
Hammy. Uh-oh.
Turn off your mute. You're muted.
There it is. Oh, you're still muted.
Hello.
There he is. Yeah.
What is happening, boys? How are you?
Yeah. I'm good. We're good. We've been doing this thing. Have you been watching it all or no?
No, I was at a Christmas party, so I just turned on and I saw Elias talking. That's
all right. We've been talking about you a lot. From Sean Beaven, John Rubeli tuned into. So it's been a lot of fun. But you have definitely been brought up a lot. If you guys are wondering, Garrett was the drummer of Kill Hannah on For Never and Ever. If you didn't know that by now, but you should if you're watching the stream. How did Elias do on that last one? Because that was Elias playing Kennedy.
I thought it was awesome. I'm like, Elias is a much heavier player than me, so some of those kind of songs that are a little more drum machine-y, programmy, I think I'm a little more nimble on, but he sounded freaking fantastic. So he's always great. So
I had to double check before we started the conversation with you. I was like, wait, was that Elias? Okay, it was Elias. Yeah, just
right.
Make sure.
So
it
Gary went to school for drums, and then he got in this band Prick, and toured with David Bowie and Nine Inch Nails.
Which we should have mentioned with Sean, because Sean was still doing front of house for Nine Inch Nails on that tour. That's where he first saw you.
And so
Sean actually.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say Sean actually. When I met Sean, I joined that band. I auditioned for it. I didn't even realize Trent was at the audition, but he was like sitting with his dog, like way back. I didn't know that much about him at that time, so I didn't even realize that. But then I got the gig or whatever, and Sean was the one who set up my whole electronic rig, actually. So it was hilarious that I met him much later, because he was like, him and Chris Verena were like showing me how to use all this stuff, because I had never used electronic stuff before. So yeah, Sean is amazing. So
what year was that? What year was that, Garrett? 95 or something? 95.
Yeah,
okay.
95.
Yeah, because Sean had done. They were simultaneously right before you came in, and they were auditioning. They had done the Prick record, while they were doing Downward Spiral,
right,
and developing some early Marilyn Manson stuff. So like, Sean was heavily involved in all of that.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. That's so cool. I forgot to mention that to Sean. I mean, I talk about it with Sean all the time when I'm on tour with Sean. We always talk about you, Garrett. But I remember.
Way to make Elias feel like shit.
Well, and I remember the first time, Garrett, that I saw you play was at that tour, the Outside tour with David Bowie and Nine Inch Nails, and I came early to see Prick because your single "Animal" was taking over the radio back then.
Yeah, and, on the Showgirl soundtrack.
I just But I remember you, this drummer. I was just blown away by this guy with blue hair. And you were killing it up there. And I think you guys closed with Animal, your single at the time. And as soon as you guys were done, I spent the money I had in my pocket, because every Nine Inch Nails show I'd go to, I'd buy a T-shirt. I spent the T-shirt money on a Prick T-shirt.
Do you still have it?
I still have it.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Oh, nice.
That's awesome.
And of course, when I came in to Kill Hannah, and I met you here for the first time in this very room, and you're like, oh yeah, he was in Prick. I'm like, what? I lost it. I was starstruck, and
so you played in Prick. Prick, whatever, ended or went on hiatus or whatever. And then you were living in Chicago. How did you? Because when I got in the band, James Connolly was playing drums, but you played drums for a little bit before that. So how did you meet Matt?
Matt was a fan of Prick, so I think I was in a band called File Underwater, which was kind of a two-man, like.
Oh yeah, that was Don Bowden. Yeah, Don Bowden. Yeah.
And Don had produced. We went to college together. I didn't really know him at college, but he kind of found me. We both lived in Chicago, and I ended up playing drums on some of his stuff. And then I'm like, oh, this is really kind of. I was like way into mixing acoustic drums with electronic stuff, like see how they would kind of blend them together and do just kind of weird shit.
Yeah.
And so Don produced the first Kill Hannah EP, or at least I don't even know what it's called. Go with the fish in the spine and the feathers, whatever.
Oh yeah, hummingbirds the size of bullets. Yeah.
Hummingbirds. Yeah. So Don produced that, I was at a party at Don's house and met Matt, and then I think Matt was looking for a drummer, so they essentially kind of like hired me to start playing. And then
because Don was Don was recording Kill Hannah stuff. He did the Nerve Gas and Lovesick single. Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I may have done one of those. I can't remember. Yeah, Don was in the band.
And then how did James Connolly get in the band after you? Did you recommend him?
I kind of got tired of doing it, or I probably wasn't even being paid to do it. So I'm like, what am I here for? And I also went to college with James, and we were total buds, and he's a monster drummer. I'm like, do you want to play this in this band? And he's like, and he did, and he was amazing. But then I think he was into really heavy music too, so he ended up quitting. And then
he basically wanted to focus on Plastic Princess.
Yeah, maybe he was doing two, and then I just kind of rejoined essentially.
Yeah, I think because I think that was during American Jet Set when we were recording. We brought you in.
Could have been, yeah.
Because I don't know if James Connolly couldn't do it or something. So we brought you in, and then found a way to keep you sticking around for 3 years until we got a record deal. I don't know how we did that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's essentially how it works. So I was kind of in 96 and then out in 98 and then back in 99 or something. I don't know, 2000, whatever. So, yeah. But I was I did, what was I was doing a lot of the programming with Matt, like the Nerve Gas stuff. We did, I had a little 4-track digital thing and put the kind of the track. I mean, Matt had a keyboard and we were just kind of combining our inadequate gear to try to put the backing track stuff together. So was that
your beginning of producing? Were you doing any kind of producing before then?
Yeah, and then I did Stunt Pilots, which James played on.
Yeah.
Matt's apartment. I brought my little 4-track to Matt's house, and we did Stunt Pilots.
That digital hard disk recorder. I remember that.
Yes. It was hilarious how little crap it was like, all right, 4 microphones and this little digital thing. All right, let's do a record. Like, it was hilarious.
It's funny when I listen to that stuff, it's timeless to me. It's specific to that era, but that's what makes what's so charming about it,
Right. Mm-hmm.
Like,
it has a sound for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like, updating it would be cool, obviously, but there's something about it when you hear it. It reminds you of that time, that era, the gear that was used. Throwing it together, just getting it recorded no matter what. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, totally agree.
So for Never Never, we finally got a record deal, which probably made you really happy because then you're finally going to get paid after all these years of work. And here's the thing: Garrett was older than us. He was definitely more accomplished. Already played in Prick, so to have him was a fucking blessing in the band, and definitely we wouldn't have gotten as far without Garrett playing drums for Kill Hannah. So, making the record, was that like a dream come true for you? Because that was your first, you never got to record with Prick, right?
No, we did like just demos and stuff for the second record, but then that band slowly kind of fell apart. So never in like a proper studio. And we did stuff in Chicago, but it never seemed like even the
what was that guy's name? Joey
Donatello.
Johnny Donatello.
Yeah, that was like a legit studio. It was just, I don't know. Even doing like the American Jet Set thing was in a big room, but it just never sounded amazing.
Yeah, true. Yeah, totally.
Like the tracks themselves. Like the room sounded good, and then when we finally we were at Oceans doing drums with Critter and Sean. It was like, oh man. But we had like all the best stuff in the world to use. It better like sound good. So
you know what? I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you right there, and we're going to play you tracking drums.
Was that the 10 more minutes thing?
I don't know how which one. Let's see what this one is. This is you tracking. I don't know which one. Oh, there it goes. Okay. All right. Let me see what song this is.
All right. Now we are ready. Now roll it.
And then here's another one. This is him doing Big Shot. I forgot we recorded this.
Yeah.
For like this nuts. So yeah, Big Shot right there, and then before that was Good Night Goodbye.
Yeah.
That room does sound great. I mean, even just the video
Big Shot
recording
right there.
sounds awesome.
I totally forgot we did that song too.
Yeah, I do not remember like having that one tracked. But I think that's the thing. We recorded Welcome to Chicago too.
We never finished. Well, we did. Music,
we never finished.
We didn't do. We didn't get to the vocals with that, or we laid down scratch, and then it was.
But with Big Shot, Garrett, did we finish that with you?
Oh,
did
yeah.
we take those tracks and then for Hope for the Hopeless, or was that all done?
No, I never did anything with that one.
Okay, so
no,
like,
but I'm pretty sure that we finished Big Shot, and it was
like
gonna go
in 2002
in that session
or 2003.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
okay.
it was like something like Rubeli or whomever, and discussing it with us. It just didn't end up on the record. It was going to be a B-side somehow.
Okay.
Be released somehow. I think we settled for that.
Yeah.
But Welcome, we actually we did most of it, and then we just kind of ran out of time. It was ready to get everything ready for mix, and then.
Because we did some of those live with the whole band. I thought we did Welcome to Chicago like live, everybody playing at.
No,
Ocean.
we did. We did the whole album like that. We did the whole thing, and then we did overdubs.
Yeah.
But we recorded initially all live.
Yeah.
Which is always like hilarious to me when you're like, I like recording live. That is amazing. But when you're on a click track. Yeah. There's no push and pull with the time, so recording live does nothing. At least for the drummer, because I'm like, I can't push here really that much because I'm stuck on this friggin' click track. So it's always funny. I'd rather just record it all by myself and just in my head. That way I can really focus on the click because that's all anybody cares about anyway. But
yeah, I think
whatever,
Beaven loved us. Beaven loved us so much as a live band that he wanted to record it live. And I was just hanging out with Jimmy Chamberlain the other day, and he told me that Smashing Pumpkins didn't record to a click until the Sire album, which was the last album they did.
Wow.
I was like, what? Like, they did all those records without click. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, that's nuts. So, and it's a blessing and a curse for a drummer, to do that. So. If you're good, it's not that bad. But if you're bad, it's playing to a click.
Yeah,
it's not easy.
Many bands don't record to a click, but it was something that we wanted. We needed to do it. It was we had programming, we had electronics. Yeah. But Beaven loved that, getting us in a room together, getting some really great takes, and then you going in again and adding, doing your stuff. We actually showed a video of you earlier. One of the things we mentioned to Sean was that you were so accomplished in the studio already that you could actually comp yourself. And we showed a video of you and Critter comping some of your parts and stuff. It was just really cool. It was a nice blast from the past.
Yeah, that was a really real learning experience for me too, just learning how to do that. Because I don't know if I had Pro Tools at that time or not. It was, I guess I did, but I didn't really know how professionals used it necessarily. Right. I would just record stuff or whatever. So that was really cool that you to learn how to do that. So.
Yeah, any favorite moments of recording for you for Never Never? Because you were there, I think you were only there for 2 months, right? Because I think you went home during the holidays, and then.
Yeah, I always had a house or something I had to pay for, so I couldn't just hang out and chill and have fun with you guys. Because we did the drums on that in 4 days, I think, for the whole record, because I think we had Oceans for 5 days, but then the tape machines didn't work. We came in and but we had played those songs 1,000 million times that it was so easy to track them. And the parts weren't really changing. That was the other thing about recording live. It's I'm not changing my parts really. They're the parts are the parts. I just need to play them or whatever. Recording. I'm just a studio nerd. So just recording, being in that environment, seeing how producers operate, how to professionally record the whole thing was great for me. But then I was like, oh my God, I can't listen to guitar overdubs for another month. There's no way. It's going to drive me nuts.
Yeah, totally.
So
Well,
I'm
that's
like,
what we
I'm
were
outta
just talking about. Like they spent like 3 months on guitar overdubs, you know. And I think I think I went home. I'm like, okay, I'm just going home. Like this is stupid.
Yeah, I was so bored, and I'm listening to like whatever Jonny or Dan playing their part, and it's like it's friggin' in time. It sounds great, and it'll be like over and over. I'm like Critter. I'm like, Critter, nobody is improvising here. It's just that's the part, dude. It's not gonna change, man. Just fucking move on. I'm like, I swear that dude is just trying to extend that session so he'd make more money or something. Like, come on, what are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, oh my god. We were just talking about how much we spent on that record. The budget was $250,000. Like now, that's just like unheard of unless you're a huge pop act. I feel like, but I'm just glad we got that experience.
Honestly, I feel it was more than that. I think Sean and Critter were very expensive, and then the studios, and then the gear,
and then Tim Palmer, the mixing, and then the
Way.
Tom or Chris Lord Algae mixes.
Yeah, it's way more than $250K for that.
That's definitely one thing I wish I would have been there for Tim mixing, because that I would have loved that, just seeing that process happen. I was really bummed.
I think that's what took so long. There was too many people there.
Well, also Tim, the way that Tim worked was that we would meet with him in the morning, and we would go over and whatever, and then he'd be like, "All right, get out of here." So he'd make us leave. We couldn't stay, which was cool. And then we'd come back at the end of the day, and he'd play some stuff, and we give notes, and that was pretty much what we did for the 3 weeks it took to mix.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Yeah, so I probably wouldn't be able to see anything, but that would have been cool. I love Tim's stuff. So
I mean, we saw his studio every day. It was gorgeous. We saw his workspace, but then we didn't get to see how the magic happened. But
right.
Do you have a favorite song from that record? Like what you like the most?
I like the song "Good Night, Goodbye." Whatever that one is. Good Night, Goodbye. I just like the sound of that. I think that just turned out really well. It's not like a hit song or anything, but I just like
and that wound up being a B-side. Yeah, that was a B-side for the record.
I thought it captured like the older original Kill Hannah sound with the newer, heavier sound in a really nice way. I thought Matt sang well on that. I thought the part, like the octave little parts you guys did on those little I don't know, post choruses,
bridges. Yeah.
I think it's so funny. Like we probably played that song more than "They Can't Save Us Now" or "Is Anyone Here Alive?" And they were never on the record.
Good Night Goodbye was never on the record. Garrett, if I remember correctly, I think that you and I were pretty bummed that. I mean, we just expected "Good Night Goodbye" was going to be on the album, and then when there was other candidates that were. They were getting more votes for that. I think you and I were kind of bummed because I felt the same way about that song. I felt it was dreamy. It reminded me of the old Kill Hannah mixed with the new. The production was amazing. Your snare sounds in those were so sick. Those roomy snares. Yeah, everything about it. And I remember when that was like, no, but being promised by Atlantic, we'll release it, just not on this record. It'll come out as a B-side. I'm like, all right, I'll settle for that, I guess. But
see, I didn't even remember that it wasn't on the record. I thought it was on the record, but a song for me, like Big Shot, like there were some songs I'm like, they're lower tier. I thought that was a great song, but whatever. They wanted the hits, of course. That's what they're trying for.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, let's before we let you go, what are you doing now, Garrett? Like, aren't you a teacher? You're a music teacher now,
I went back to school and got my teaching degree, so I am a music teacher. I also record bands. I'm working on a few records right now, like my normal Chicago indie rock bands. So I still record. I have a studio.
So hire Garrett. If you're in Chicago, everybody hire Garrett to produce your album.
I'm just in my basement studio.
Yeah, look at that.
So Garrett, I still play drums on records and stuff. I don't play out really anymore because it's just a drag to haul my stuff around.
But your kids are in bands, right?
Yeah, well, my oldest is in college. He's playing cello. He's at Purdue, but he's studying physics, but playing the orchestra. And Stellan plays kind of everything. I think he's jamming with some dudes like Black Sabbath, like tomorrow or something.
Awesome.
But I don't know if he's playing bass or drums. He can play kind of a lot of instruments. So, yeah, music is still all around. I'm just not. I'm not doing it professionally or whatever, or trying to make a career out of just like playing.
Well, I mean, you're still doing it. You're still a lifer. You're doing it.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
I'm a total music lifer. 100%.
Yeah.
I still buy music. I still consume music all the time. So
yeah. Do you still talk to Kevin from Prick at all? Is he still around?
I do every once in a while, but he's kind of fallen off the map with me. I talked to, if you remember, Andy Kubashevsky.
Sean and I talk to Andy K all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And Sean mixes Andy's discotheque band or whatever. So that Cleveland connection thing is strong still for sure. Yeah. So But I know I haven't talked to Kevin in a while. Then.
Well, thanks for taking time out of your day, Garrett. It was great to talk to you. Hopefully, I'll see you in person. If I'm in Downers Grove, I'm coming by your house.
Garrett, you look the exact same as the last time I saw you, and this 20 years ago.
Yeah, he hasn't aged at all. Fucking
I'm very non-rock star. That's
I love it. I love you, Garrett. Thank you for coming and doing this with us.
All right, see you guys.
All right, let's check out Good Night Goodbye right now here, live from Metro, in I think 2004 or something.
But you know right now you do it again, 'cause I wasted my whole life. The same way it's a colorless. From the edge, got searching to us. Deep in the right school play, but they're all the same. I guess it changes everything. So we run down to say goodnight, but we know that it's a goodbye. So we run down, say goodnight, but we know that it's all goodbye. You're all that I
All right. Good Night Goodbye from Metro in 2000 something. I think it was 2004, 2005.
It's 2004, not 2005. We're still wearing our For Never Never gear.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm glad you remember.
Yeah.
So sorry, everybody, if we're not active in the chat. There's a lot going on, a lot to do. The chat is going nuts. So if I probably will not see your messages in there to answer fans at the moment. But we saved the best for last, everybody. The best for last. Matt Devine, everybody. Matt fucking Devine.
There he is.
Yo, Greg, who's that assistant with you? What's her name?
Pretty. She's pretty, huh?
There's
pretty
my guy.
assistant.
There he is.
Got a good. I like the vape game. Kind of jealous. I'm all out of vapes over here, so it's sour grapes vapes.
Well, I think it's so funny now. Elias was the only one that smoked and vaped, and then now you guys are the ones that are doing it. Well, I mean, you always smoked.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, yeah, Elias got me.
Smoking since he was 13 years old on Master Place in Chicago, bribing the bodega owner.
Yeah, there we go.
No, I was late to the party. Elias is a pioneer. Vapes are awesome.
I know. It always looks
You
so.
hear that? You hear that, Melon? Elias is giving you credit. Finally. So Divine, it's the 20th anniversary of For Never Never. This was kind of Matt's idea to do the 20th anniversary of it, and kind of spearheaded it. I was just going to do another New Heart for Streaming, but he brought it up, and I'm like, oh, that's a great idea. We never got to do anything for the 20th anniversry of it, you know?
Yeah, I still wouldn't necessarily count this. I mean, I think we can do better. New
You hear that, Twitch people? Matt doesn't respect you. Okay.
That's not true. I'm just
not
saying
what I said.
It's not what I said. I think that we can put a little more strategy behind it and do something that really honors not just our band and the 20 years, but just looking back at music in general. And everyone was different people. The fans were different people back then. And we just got so much crazy content. No one knew what the hell emo was back then. It seems like another world. And and plus New Heart for Streaming. I'm like, is that what we're doing now? New Heart for Streaming? What's next? New Heart for Bocce Ball out?
New Heart for Cameo? Cameo Famio?
No, Greg, joking aside, I 100% appreciate your effort in this, and this is awesome, and I'm glad we're doing this. And I'm just thinking maybe this can be the jumping off, maybe springboard to something.
Well, I mean, at the very least, we should release For Never Never on vinyl. At the very least.
So much stuff to release. We just went through all these old tapes. I mean, there's so much crazy stuff, tour footage and the rest. Jonny before his gender reassignment is awesome.
There it is.
Oh, man.
This isn't live, is it?
Oh, sure.
Oh, great.
Fuck it, we're going live. So, I mean, Divine, you were working for this goal to get a record deal, forever, so when you finally got the opportunity to make the record, did it go the way you thought it would?
That's a really cool question. I mean, this, Greg, because you were there every just brutal step of the way. I mean, the short answer is no, because first of all, I even remember signing the record deal. I have a photo of that. We just found it.
Yeah, didn't we do it at the Hancock?
Yeah.
Right?
In the Hancock. It was stormy outside. It was just not the celebration that we had in mind. I mean, I was doing the math the other day, and it was like, 10 years of obsessive focus on getting a deal. And when it finally happened, I don't know, Jonny, you remember, weren't we all just kind of pissed off or something?
Yeah, and we had some other internal issues with people that were representing us, and it was, I remember we were all at the signature room at the top of the Hancock building, which should have been, we've got this giant contract, dream contract from Atlantic Records, and it, the picture of us, we're all smiling, but it looks like we're dead inside.
Which is one of the reasons why the album is called For Never Never, because it took forever to get a record deal and get all those songs out, because we didn't release anything for 3 years until that record came out,
Yeah, I don't even remember that part of it. You guys were always better with the kind of history and stats and details, but I just remember the feeling, and I remember, you know what else we just found? The photo of us with the president of Atlantic.
Yeah.
When he laid out that entire sushi lunch for all of us, we just have a look of confusion on our face. So I don't know. No, it didn't. I mean, making the record with Beaven, I mean, coming to LA, I mean, that was all magic. You know,
Yeah.
there was of course magic around it, and but no, we had to. I remember every detail was just way harder than it should have been. Like the decision of who's gonna mix it, the decision of the mastering, the artwork, blah 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 blah. Yeah,
Were you ever frustrated in the studio? Like it wasn't coming out the way you wanted it to?
No, not in the recording. I mean,
Okay.
Beaven, you guys know, he was like another member of the band at that
Yeah,
point.
yeah.
Like, he was pulling references that were, outside of my scope, like Queen and everything else. So I have no complaints with that.
Yeah. I felt like
Bleach.
that recording for Never Never was a real cohesive thing. I felt like everyone was sort of on the same page throughout the entirety of it, right? That's what I remember.
For sure. I mean, I remember it was like dumping boatloads of money. I remember Keith from Buck Cherry wanted to kick my ass. And he was like, he was the guitar.
So Keith from Buck Cherry wasn't in Buck Cherry. The Buck Cherry band broke up, but he was guitar teching in the studio for Kill Hannah, and Matt would just push his buttons and write them. And there was almost a fight.
I mean, he was guitar teching under duress. By the way, probably making more money than we ever did tuning guitars. Really pissed off. He didn't want to be there, and I thought that was a fun little, opening for me to
just get on in there.
To this day, Keith will not talk to Matt Devine. To this day.
Hey, the door's open, Keith. I love you. And hey, water under the bridge. But hey, you know what's funny? I also think back to that session. First of all, I live on Selma right now. That studio was maybe a block away from where I live right now.
Yeah.
Wow.
I drive by it all the time, and now it's sad to see it's an empty, vacant lot now. And his apartment is right around the corner. That's where
Matt lives in Los Angeles, by the way, if anyone's wondering.
Yeah.
And I remember we put up. I mean, some of it was the dream come true, right? Like being put up at a hotel, kind of, if you want to call it hotel.
Yeah, the Oakwoods.
The Oakwoods,
where the claim to fame on the wall was Corky from Life Goes On.
But
they had that convenience
right?
store,
The
and they had like
Corky
all the
system?
childhood actors that stayed there, and the only one I knew was Corky.
Yeah, I just remember we had ant infestation, and I remember I damaged the minivan, and then tried to blame it on someone else. Anyway,
or no, it was a band expense. A band expense.
Oh man.
But yeah. Long answer to your question, but it's complicated.
Yeah. I mean, I just remember we were there and we became part of like the LA scene in like 2 weeks. It's like we went out like 3 times and we saw the same amount of people, and then we just started seeing all the same people, and then we were going into parties in the Hollywood Hills with like Nick Zinner from the Yeah Yeah Yeahs and Tom Petty and Elliot from BT. And like,
remember
or Tom Petty's daughter. Sorry, not Tom Petty.
It's where Jonny, we befriended Kelly Osbourne that night. I remember
Nick from the Strokes.
Yeah, Nick from the Strokes we had that night. Matt stole a dog from the Standard one night.
I rescued a dog from Nick. And then Nick,
and we fled the scene. We fled the scene with me on Nick's shoulders.
No, Nick fled the scene with you on his shoulders. I was stuck with a stolen dog.
Chris Kosterzak stole the alcohol from the room.
I think Kelly Osbourne's Sharon Osbourne was in the picture at some point.
Yeah, Sharon just showed up to hang out.
It was great. But yeah, we were 27 at the time. I remember that was also part of the frustration, was like we thought it was so overdue, and maybe that's a lesson to other impatient artists out there right now, is that, thank God it never happened any earlier than that.
Oh man.
So,
I mean,
things happen when they're supposed to happen. We definitely would not have survived LA. I mean, thank God there was no fentanyl back then. Jonny would have survived. Listen,
He doesn't partake in any of that. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, dude.
Johnny, didn't you end up in a room with like Puck from the real world?
No,
or, like,
so we were during that record, recording that record. Remember, we were hanging out with DJ Ashba would come out every night with us, who played in Guns N' Roses.
We went to Slash's house too. I remember for a party.
Did. We went to so many parties, but
so many parties.
But it was that era, and then, we were all at Viper Room one night, and then DJ, like one of our friends, remember Evil Dick Donato? He would one of these guys that we'd see out in the LA nightlife at the time.
Shout out Evil Dick.
Yeah. He just came up to us one night at the Viper Room and was like, hey, like my buddy's going to be on MTV Cribs tomorrow. Do you remember Puck from The Real World? And we're like, yeah, like what? And like we ended up asking Rubeli, is this a good idea? He's like, yeah, I mean, it can't hurt. It's free press, right? We're like, all right. So Dan and I were the ones that ended up going. I think, Matt, you were in the studio that day. You had to do a lot of vocal stuff, so we were kind of free to go. And we show up, and it was this absolute shithole. And I remember Dan and I getting on the phone to our A&R guy, John Rubeli, and being like, dude, I don't know if this is good. I don't know if this is a good look. I don't know if we should be on camera here. So if anybody ever sees that episode of The Real World, MTV Cribs with Puck from The Real World, and Dan and I, you can see us in the background, but anytime the camera comes, we turn away from it. So, yes, good memory.
Yeah, pre-internet name dropping. Yeah, didn't we? Like, I remember getting kicked out of Tom Petty's daughter's house. All kinds of fun stuff. I mean, look, this is an episode, right? You guys just want us to kind of name drop 90s peeps for an hour? It's kind of fun, actually.
Somebody just says it sounds like the Hangover movies.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, definitely fair. Definitely fair. I remember watching Old School in the van, and that was right after you guys saw it during the recording. I didn't, and I saw it on the road.
No, you came. You came back. You were there for the first like week or something of mixing, and we all went together. We went to Malibu first, and then we went to the movie theater, and that's the story.
But that's
Old School.
Old School. So Matt,
what's our agenda here?
Well, right now I want to talk about. I want to show a video. So, what was your favorite song on the record? What came out the best in your opinion that you're the most proud of on that record?
Oh man, you'd think I'd be prepared for this conversation. Man, that record front to back. I mean, every song's got something that I am like super proud of us for. And again,
we were just talking about like Good Night Goodbye. It's like we played that song more than They Can't Save Us Now or Is Anyone Here Alive? And it's not even on the record, but we recorded it for it, so even the songs that didn't make it are great.
Does my answer to this question impact like what you're about to play or no?
Well, yeah, I was going to play something that, even if there's like one song that you like that you want to hear from a performance,
I mean, No One Dreams Anyway, I remember feeling really proud of. I remember there's a point where we really got it, Beaven was really good at not keeping us to a click track on that song, and he was allowing us, I guess, or encouraging us to really just let it unfold how it's supposed to unfold. And there's some odd stuff happening with the arrangement of that song, but I do remember when we finally nailed it, and I heard him on the other end of the mic, and he just goes, "Ah," he was like, for him to be touched by it I knew he had something really special. So I think we all had like the hair on our arms up when we finally got the performance right on that one.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know if I have one of all of us playing that. I have a lot of 97 and like older shit of No One Dreams Anyway, but I don't think we got that one professionally done from JBTV or anything.
I feel like I've seen it several times somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, maybe Jerry has it. Hold on, let me look at the Chicago DVD.
Is this going to be edited, or are you guys this is how you guys
This is how we roll.
Dude, I mean, look, New Heart for Christmas, obviously. I'm sure you played that one, but
I haven't played it yet.
No?
No, I haven't played it yet. So why don't we do that, since that's like how all this
Yeah.
the Christmas stuff started.
Greg, wait, real fast, Greg. I'm sorry to cut you off, but do you remember? I was just thinking of another fun way to like call back to that recording session. Was remember the Lake Forest Social Club? In the,
Yeah. Oh yes. I got video of that. You wanna look at that real quick?
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, anyone who's aware of like the Tycoons Club now,
yeah. Let me see. Let me see if I got that in here.
the kick out of that. It's the origin.
Yeah. Hold on a second. I forgot how we had it. No,
It was
that's
Aaron,
not
right? It was Aaron.
It was
Yeah, right. Aaron was the studio manager at Sage and Sound.
Yeah.
And you two had you had some banter, daily
Oh my
banter.
God. And while you're pulling that up, another anecdote. I remember getting it was our first time ever with a budget for food, which everyone else seemed
Oh
to
God, that was a dream come true.
liberal with. And I got oysters every day for lunch, and they were kind of like inconsistent. That's the kindest way of describing them, and inconsistent in like color and flavor and whatever else. And it was so early. This was before Los Angeles had their restaurant grading system, and the way that works is you got to hang this grade letter in the window of your establishment. Basically, you're either an A or you should be out of business. You know what I mean? Like, it's really rare that you find a B anywhere. Anyway, so I was getting oysters from this place every day, which is Gower Gulch.
Yep. Yeah.
You know it well.
Yeah.
I ran into you dressed like a Russian bag lady a couple months ago. But
that was 2 years ago, but
anyway,
okay.
So we're getting this. Time flies. So anyway, they come out with the grading, and my oyster place got a C. And then like a month later, is out of business. I think I was the only one eating oysters from them. I was probably keeping them in business.
All right, well, let's check out the Lake Forest Supper Club right now. Check it out.
Yo, hello. You see the sign? God, no respect. Get out. Where's my security? Make yourself scarce. Your lewd comments aren't appreciated.
I think vandals have changed your sign for the supper club.
What?
You're gonna have to contact Mr. Critter and send him down to investigate vandalism on your supper club sign.
You're going to be ignored right now. Prepare yourself.
Yeah, I'd like to apply for the waiting list to be ignored. Now, are you ignoring me, or are you just thinking about putting me on the list?
Oh, the memories. Oh, the memories. Oh, my God. So good. So good. All right, well, let's play a song right now. What do you want to hear, Divine? Besides No One Dreams Anyway. What was the other dream or other song?
I was thinking New Heart for Christmas. If you
Oh,
have,
yeah, New Heart for Christmas.
You have footage of it where, you know, when our snow machine dreams came true.
Okay, let's do. God, I have so many here.
I think Dan just sent one from Philly.
Oh yeah, you sent something. All right, yeah. Let's do. This is from 2006. New Heart for Christmas in 2006. I think. Hopefully, we got the snow right on this one. That was always an issue, that we never got the fucking snow right, like the timing, or it just malfunctioned, or like whatever the fuck, you know.
That was my Spinal Tap.
Totally. All right, let's check it out right now.
As the loudest and hottest and fullest Kill Hannah show at the Metro of all time. You know, every single song we've ever written was written in Chicago. And I think you can hear it in the mood of the music, and you can definitely hear it in some of the lyrics. Some stuff is very specific. I don't think anybody outside of Chicago has any idea. But Christmas, you know, is definitely one of the loneliest, horrible times to be alone. And this is what happens. You write a song about it, and you can survive, and it's depressing, and I'm singing it with you guys.
Who hears this?
It makes me
Done
feel
since.
completely wonderful. It's a
Okay.
song called New Heart for Christmas. Can it snow? Can it snow inside? Christmas, you can go. At 3 a.m. there will be no one. Ferris wheel still turns as though it's a popular attraction. When the song slowly plays, hear the old clerk repeat. As though someone is watching beside me, their joints are rusting and shut like inside. Something somehow it's just I need a new heart for Christmas. You broke it all apart, put it back together again. You hit me so hard, put me back together again.
That was my
New heart for Christmas.
We got the snow. We got the snow to work. I was just talking to Jonny. It's so weird that song, like looking back, that song made it on the record
Yeah.
as a Christmas song versus like Nerve Gas, Good Night, Goodbye, Big Shot, Welcome to Chicago. You know, like it's just kind of I love that it did. But it's wild that it went through an A&R guy, you know, with John, and he wanted that one, and then the record label and everything. It's just like, you know.
Dude, there are all kinds of lessons I think from like the song selection of that album, right? Like some things are okay to, some decisions are all right to make by committee, where it's like, all right, everyone gets a vote, and some decisions are of course much better made when there's like half the band can't live without it and half the band can't live with it, and they'll both go to the mat, you know, dying to win. And but looking back, like, I don't know why we didn't fight harder to get Welcome to Chicago on there. How were we talked out of that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we talked about it with Rubeli for a little bit. You know, and he was just like it was like he thought it wouldn't connect with like every fan, and it wasn't as like, you know, it couldn't be accepted by the whole community, where it's like we are like in this bubble because we live in Chicago and we think it's just a Chicago thing, you know. And him like it being like more of a local song to him, you know.
Yeah.
So
I guess so. I guess
Yeah.
Christmas as a holiday is maybe more marketable than Chicago's.
Yeah. But I mean, I thought we probably could have released the Newhart as a Christmas song and had another like release, but they weren't really doing like those like Christmas compilations at that point like they did in the 90s.
Well, also
with
at the
very
time, I
special
mean,
Christmas
it
and
became a Christmas song for us. It became a thing. I mean, at the time, we were playing that at shows for a couple of years before we got signed.
Yeah.
It was something that we loved playing it. I remember in the studio it was kind of magical. Like
Yeah.
we showed a clip of Sean earlier messing with the tremolo pedals and stuff, and
yeah,
you know, for the verses. And
yeah, it's just
it has that shoegazy vibe to it.
Well,
I think,
and if it wasn't on the record, we might not have never had Newhart for Christmas, like the show and like the thing we did every year, you know. So
things definitely happen for a reason, but now we get a chance to put out Welcome to Chicago properly.
yeah, right.
Right.
Matt and I were talking about that the other day.
24,
You know,
dude. Anyone else feel like 24 is just the year?
I mean, 24 or 25, whatever it takes, whatever
Are
it
you
takes to
thinking
get us
25 already?
together.
I like that. Big picture, always.
Yeah,
I love that.
Whatever it takes. If we can get it together in
Whatever
24,
it
let's
takes.
fucking go. So yes, everybody, we've all been talking about, you know, doing a reunion show or some kind of collaboration, whether it's new music,
the chat's going
or,
nuts now.
or all the above. So you know, we're all still friends, as you can see. Dan couldn't join us today for a death in his family. His father passed away, so. We love you, Dan, and sorry you can't be here today. But yeah, I mean, we all still talk, even with, you know, members that were replaced you. We're still friends with.
Oh yeah.
So.
Let's talk about my roast, Greg. I mean, the chat, the band chat has not slowed down. I mean, I'm thinking we should release the band chat as like a coffee table book. But it's gonna show up in April when these guys read from it at my 50th birthday roast, and I'm really looking forward to that. But
we're all going to jail.
Yeah,
I mean, you know how like I wonder how much does the iPhone keep history of? Because I definitely haven't screenshotted enough, but I feel like Tom Schleider is like the archivist for the Kill Hannah chat,
Tom
especially
Tom
Matt's
keeps a low
voicemails.
profile. Tom has more to lose than any of us. I think he keeps a real low profile and just starts logging all of it to prove his innocence. And I think that'll turn into an advantage for all of us come April. But
so we organized for Matt's 40th. We did a roast, but it was like people speaking and stuff, and there were some great ones. I wish we had it recorded. Otherwise, I'd show some today. But it was really epic. We treated it like a normal roast. He was like on a throne. We had a whole audience at this place.
Dude, best day of my life.
Matt getting
Best
ripped
day of my
apart
life.
by everybody. He loved it. He loved it.
But yeah, and Greg, while while I am here, like, how can I be of the most value to the fans here? Like, should I answer some questions in the chat?
Yeah, we could take some questions. Anyone have any questions for Matt Devine? Everybody, all right. Let us know.
I think the whole experience makes me feel so old. Like, there's so much going on this screen. I don't know what's an ad. I don't know what I'm supposed
Well,
to
the
click.
Grid Chicago just gave
Open,
2,800 bits, so thank you.
Stepsister porn.
Yeah.
What the hell? Who's
Hey,
Captain
Matt.
Fantastic? What the hell is going on?
Matt, what was a question, because we had Sean, as you know, earlier on, and we had, obviously it was unanimous when we decided we needed him to produce the record, and we get out to LA and we do that. Like, what for you, your experience doing vocals with a guy that was so accomplished like him? What did you guys communicate with each other, getting all that stuff out? Because we were listening to some stuff of you actually tracking for They Can't Save Us Now, and you sounded awesome. And he got you to, yeah, you did. I said it. I said it out loud. I was like, Matt sounds really good. I mean, I think you're a great singer, but this is like Greg probably is filming you in your little vocal booth.
Yeah, you were in the Lake Forest Supper Club recording.
Yeah.
But that's because, you were conditioned. You and Sean have been going through this now for a few months. So what was it like?
Yeah. Thinking back, Sean could not have been cooler in terms of vocal production. He and Critter, R.I.P. Critter.
Yeah.
They were kind of mom and dad in a way where I think Critter objectively knew straight up, like, okay, this is not a major label vocalist. Like, this kid, seriously, like, in terms of major label vocalist, I probably had the least qualification, or just like the least technique, And I remember when they sent me those expensive vocal coaches, and that one dude hit on me. Yeah. I go to his house in Tarzana. He's got a fountain and a mansion, and he's got pictures of Kylie Minogue and everyone on his grand piano, like whoever else he does vocals with. He starts touching me a little inappropriately, and then I'm like, I hear this guy coming. I'm like, oh, good, I'm not the only one here. And it was like the houseboy. It was like this Asian guy in a Speedo with a parrot on his shoulder, and he comes around, gives me a glass of champagne, and I'm like, this is kind of cool. I'm like, it's cool how weird it all is, but like, I don't think I'm becoming a better singer.
Oh my God, that's right out of Boogie Nights. It's amazing.
Oh yeah, dude. Are you kidding me? So, and that was one of his. And then we had to explain to Dan and everyone, why is this costing $250 for Matt to go get vocal as blah blah blah. So I would say given all the totality of all of that, and being in there to track vocals, I'd say I felt like I was catching up in real time. I felt underqualified, but also, Sean got the best out of it that he could, and I like doing gang vocals with everyone else. I like that he would step in and sing some stuff.
Yeah.
Thinking back, it's funny because emo was not a thing. I don't think there was anyone that at that year, right? Like 2003. Thank God, our references for vocals had nothing whatsoever to do with what was popular at that time. No, he was not saying like, oh, you got to sound like the Killers, or you got to sound like, insert.
Yeah, Rubeli brought that up. He thought we were a bridge brand between nu metal and emo, is what he said. And like how the landscape at the time, it was kind of like frantic. Like the Killers not the Killers, but the Strokes just broke when we released the record. But when we were recording the record, I think they just started getting like buzzing. So like the whole landscape of music didn't change yet, and so we were in this weird transition period where we got a record deal.
Yeah. So and also, I remember being so frustrated at those nu metal bands getting deals and stuff. Like the footage you just played, for example. We're at that stage where we're filling out the rooms and had real fans that really understood us and had a real world around us that we created the hard way. And then, you'd hear that some unknown new metal band with like blue, like braided chin hair got signed to like Madonna's label, and you're like, what the fuck is happening? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember going to see Disturbed. Matt and I went to see Disturbed when they were like their first Metro show before they had a record deal, and we were just like,
Yeah.
"Oh,
I'm
fuck."
referring more to the Disturbs that no one's ever heard of. I got no problem with Disturbed. What's up, David? But and Johnny K.
But
yeah,
that's when we were like, "Oh shit, tides are changing," you know. And I don't know if we'll make it. Out of here,
I remember the three of us met like over 20 years ago because we would go, every show in Chicago, whether it was Metro, House of Blues, or something. That was an opportunity for us to go promote our stuff, our shows. And there was one time that the three of us, we went to like a Q101 Twisted Christmas, their big annual, medley of bands, and they were all huge bands and blah, blah, blah. And I remember thinking like a couple of bands, I can't remember specifically, but who were huge and for what reason. And we were just grinding it out and being like, wow, this should be us. I don't get it. What are we doing wrong? Because we weren't doing anything wrong. We were actually, we had a unique sound, which is eventually why people like Rubeli and Beaven believed in it, because it reminded
dude,
them.
I told you when you were at Kenyon, dude. Drop out of college, keep your head down. 11
let's yeah, that's another thing. Johnny was in basically 2000. He got in the band, and he was 19, about to go to college. And do you have any regrets?
No.
Leaving college for Killing?
No, it's funny. Maybe at first I felt a little left out because my classmates were continuing with their education, but I don't regret it at all. Actually, it changed my whole life. We came up from the ground up together as a band. We saw the world together. We accomplished amazing stuff. We still do, and the fact that we're still brothers and all of that.
Whether we like it or not, like I told Matt last night.
Yeah, and the fact that you had a 1.4 GPA.
Listen, I was flying back every 2 days to play a fucking show. So, yeah.
No, but dude, that was No, Johnny, thank you for that, and thank you, Bonnie. Thank you.
Thank you for understanding.
The whole Racky clan for understanding. But that was pre-social media. That's another thing to appreciate. Like, whether you call us like just too early or just too late to like so many like seismic changes in the world. One of them, obviously, Twitter, Instagram, and the rest. Like, Johnny, I think you would have been honestly like TikTok famous if TikTok was around back then.
But that means he'd have to use TikTok, which I don't know if he would have.
Dude, I'm still learning how to use Instagram.
We would have had to hire someone.
With all hot chicks, they have a guy next to him that does it. Well, listen, if I'm gonna like hop off here, should I just run through the chat and do some rapid fire?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So the first person asks, does your head get cold now that you don't have hair?
Oh, dude, yeah, my head gets cold, and I also get like weird memories. Like, shaving my head screwed up my brain. I'm discovering in really quirky, kind of harmless ways.
And then they also ask, will all albums be on vinyl?
That's a good
question. That's a great question, and yeah, I think we should commit to that in 24.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing Opiate Fluff. Is Elias just in the chat?
Yeah.
Elias, get the hell out of the chat.
Matt, when was the last time you drew something for a tattoo? Also, I think you owe me a handwritten note for purchasing your binder or Broadway binder. Having pictures of your tonsils is weird, though. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I know all right, I'll respond to those in order.
Okay.
First of all, of course, having pictures of my tonsils is weird. You didn't have to buy it. But I'm glad you did. And you now own like honestly probably the single most unique collectible there is to own in Killhannah lore. So no regrets on either side of that. If anybody bought anything at an auction that feels incomplete or whatever, please reach out to me. Please DM me on Instagram. I want to make sure you guys get everything you were ever promised. I think there were a couple, I think of the like 100 or so auction items, I think there were a couple that went wonky, and I don't want to leave any fans out to dry. And yeah, let me look at some of these. So I'm seeing a lot of.
Yeah, I haven't seen much other yet. I did want to give a shout out to the KHK for all that they did and all that they still do, and Aaron from killhannah.net, Lisa Humphreys, who just passed away, which totally sucks.
I think we should have a whole. So here's my vision for this. Thank you, Greg. I think that I think the KHK is its own episode. I think Chicago. I think our friends and family. Greg, the video you just posted with Tommy Sunshine and all these cats that are now middle aged and out there crushing it in the world.
Well, it's crazy looking at all these old videos and seeing these kids that are like 16 or 17, and now they're like probably have families and have kids that might be of the age they were when they were coming to first see us. So it's just wild putting all that into perspective. And also, I think another reason for a reunion is, people are getting older. There's health complications. I know Angela Sissel, if you're watching, I know she was diagnosed with cancer, and she's like, I want you guys to reunite. I don't know if I'm going to be around when you do, if you wait too long. And I'm like, holy fuck. Hearing shit like that makes me feel so, it's fucking touching. And us for that matter, we're all still healthy. We got to fucking do it sooner than later.
Straight up. And to your point earlier, I was stepping all over what you're saying earlier, but we are all still, I'd say we're probably tighter friends now than we even were back then, which is wild. So, and everyone, including Wooter, including everyone in the crew, I'm loving seeing some of these handles that I haven't seen in a while.
The AOL Instant Messenger.
Oh,
handle.
and yeah, I'm getting raccoon. I'm definitely getting raccoon excited about throwbacks here. Love all you guys, and let's galvanize all. I think there's a lot of power if we can get everyone aligned around a single push next year, whether that's like a vinyl release. I mean, I think obviously we've got songs that have never been released, Welcome to Chicago, stuff like that. I think we should get our shit together. I think we should do some housekeeping.
I agree. I think we definitely got our shit together. And also, we have to plan far in advance because, Elias plays in other bands, Jonny plays in other bands. So it's like, and, Matt's got a lot of shit going on in LA.
Everybody does. I'm proud of all of us. I'm proud of how everyone has adulted, I miss you guys. Looking at you and Jonny. I didn't know Jonny was gonna be there in person. This is rad.
Yeah, I came home to see the fam for Christmas, and Greg was like, "Dude, just come over." I was like, "Are you sure you don't want me to just Zoom? I'll just Zoom." He's like, "Get the fuck over here."
Yeah.
I knew you would try to get away with not going. Johnny's. It's like trying to, and I'm not. This is not an exaggeration. I would have an easier time getting Kenny G to leave his house than I would Jonny to leave his house, and that's just statistically true.
This is true. Matt is down with Kenny G.
Yes,
he's down with Kenny G.
And except for when I'm on tour for 7 months out of the year, but okay.
Dude, we can have an episode. Fair. But no, we can have an episode where we just name drop people. That'd be great.
But no, but Matt and myself and Elias and Greg, sometimes we all live within like 10 minutes from each other in Los Angeles.
Because I have an apartment with Elias in Los Angeles too. I was getting to a lot more before the pandemic, but now that the pandemic hit and work and everything, I just don't get there as much.
Elias, get off the chat. Weirdo. Oh, I'm just loving it. He's just like kicking back, probably in Noah Cyrus's pool house with.
I think he's in Phoenix. He's in Phoenix right now.
Pile of hummus on one side.
Yeah.
His bong from high school on the other side. Anyway, but yeah, love you guys. Jonny, I know exactly what you smell like right now. I just know that. I know the Chicago winter Jonny cologne. I know the freshly bathed,
right?
has to.
I
make
mean,
an
the hours of going through the videos and the hours of you two fighting and wrestling is probably over 20. No joke.
Yeah,
Like,
but
there's
that-
so much videos of you guys fighting. Like, it was every night in the van.
Because we love each other like brothers.
And I don't know. You guys should be doing a better job of, I think, responding to the chat. Love you guys. I'm seeing all of this. I'm out of practice. I don't know what Greg's excuse is, but
Well, no, there's just too much. You can't when there's I think there's over 150 people in here, so it's just like it's hard to keep up with the chat, and everyone's like doing it unless somebody direct message me or highlights it, where they can like highlight a question, then I can see it.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. The whole thing looks like a 16-year-old's like Mexican birthday party.
Oh, so hold on. There's a couple of questions. Thank you to Kara for doing this. What will you ever release Kids in the Fog? Did we ever record that? I don't think we ever recorded that, did we? That was just a demo of yours.
Yeah, we should. Yeah, we did. We recorded that with Tommy.
Oh, we did?
We got a great demo of that. Cool
Oh, no
question.
shit.
That would be on, any new Kill Hannah album. It would be on it.
Okay.
Good question.
Yeah, Aaron says she has the demo.
What you do, Aaron? What's up? Love you.
And I think favorite Metro show. God, I can't. Like, is there? I don't know.
It's bittersweet. I have a Metro show, but the heartbreak of that era was all the promises of like who was supposed to be at the show in terms of labels and all the rest, and we'd play our best show ever, and then we'd learn that they never showed up. Greg would have to go back to work at Circuit City first thing in the morning, and so it was kind of miserable. So my favorite show ever was in it was like 2001, and I remember it was the first time that like the screams of the crowd is what gave me the ring in the ears, Yeah. And of course, trying to explain that to everyone around you the next day when you're just broke is difficult. But I think that was it. Maybe call it like our first ever Metro sellout, something like that.
Yeah, I remember that. That was definitely like a wow moment, and still no record label cared. It was like, what the fuck? Because I that's the one thing I do remember, Matt, when it was just me and you. Carrie left the band, whatever, and Garrett was just kind of like, I don't know if I'm gonna keep doing this. So it was just me and you, and we basically just like went through a checklist of why we weren't signed yet, and one by one we just started chipping away at it, you know. And one of them was a sellout show at Metro, and we did all these things. We got radio, we got a manager, we got like all this, and we still didn't have a record deal. And it was like
and kids have to realize, like anyone out there that's complaining that you have it hard or that things aren't coming to you easy, like think about life before MySpace. I mean, before social media, we were sitting up at night till 2 a.m, licking envelopes and pasting flyers, like handwriting addresses and putting stamps on shit, like by the hundreds, out of our own pocket. And then half of them would be returned. It was just, I mean, the struggle is real, kids. Dude, look, digital stitches. All of this is
right. That's like orgy.
All right, well,
yeah. I mean, I think. Hold on, there's a couple more questions. What did you think when you saw your videos on TV? I don't know if we ever saw our videos on TV, did we?
Yeah, it's funny because I was just watching Daisy and the Six, which is awesome.
Yeah, I watched that. Yeah, on Amazon.
Yeah, which reminds me so much of That Thing You Do, which is that great, Tom Hanks movie.
Yeah.
And there's that romantic vision of the artist the first time ever hearing their song on the radio, and I feel kind of robbed of that because, again, kind of like our signing at the top of the Hancock Tower that night, Johnny. I just remember we were just so pissed off like that by the time we heard it, it wasn't like, oh cool, our song's on the radio. It's like, it was supposed to be on the radio, you know.
Well, and I think when our song was on the radio, we still weren't signed, and so we were #1 in Chicago for like 2 months on the radio, and so it was great. But then like the labels would be like, "Well, what other markets are you charting in?" And it's like, "What the fuck? That's your job, you know."
What other markets are you charting in?
Yeah. So
I'm
I
getting,
don't think there was a
pissed off by
time that we saw our video on TV or on the radio for the first time and we were all jumping up and down.
No, it was never celebratory. It was always like about fucking time. Or like, took long enough. But
oh, this is an easy one. Did you ever cross paths with the Alkaline Trio back in the day?
Of course.
So, yes, me and Jonny actually played in a band with Matt Skiba and Derek Grant. And we did this like cover band on a Halloween at Debonair, and we played all like goth songs and stuff. So,
and we're all still tight with Skiba. Matt's friends with him, Greg, myself.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we definitely have history with Matt Skiba. I even went to his house, I think, when he was playing drums in this band Jerkwater, like back in like '96 or something. So yeah, Chicago.
Jonny's a student of Chicago music, of course, but Greg is next level. Greg can go back to literally what high school band these guys were in, and truly
who played at the Fireside Bowl in 1993 at 8 p.m. Yeah.
Shout out Skiba.
Yeah, Skiba. Oh, one of my favorite lyricists of all time, actually. I think he's fucking great.
Same.
Yeah. What has been your favorite band to play with on tour, or go on tour with?
Him.
Yeah. I agree. I think that's unanimous.
Yeah.
I think it's him.
Yeah.
I think we would all say Vila Valo, him. Let's do it.
Yeah. I mean that just made the most sense with us. And I was talking to Rubeli before how we wanted to tour with 30 Seconds to Mars. That didn't happen.
Well, we
wanted
did.
to
We
tour
would
with
do.
My
We
Chem,
would,
but
we would
then-
do some stuff
we
with them
did
over
shows,
the years,
but we never got a tour. And getting a tour was like getting another record deal.
Right.
And when we got the him tour, it was like, fuck yes. Finally.
I say one off. One off was probably Placebo. Sorry, Greg.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably one off show. But best match was Placebo.
Yeah, that was in '98. We opened for them at Metro.
Definitely 30 seconds. Yeah, definitely 30 seconds. Like there were a handful of those. Otherwise, we're on tours that was just like trying to make us fit where we didn't exactly fit. But yeah, for sure, him was the most fun.
And then someone said Fuse played your videos, so I'm like, oh yeah. Steven from the Untitled Rock Show, like he put us on his show and he played our music videos on Fuse. So that is true.
Wait, is Steven on the chat?
No. I'm just saying, like, he was a big champion of us. So was Carson Daly, but he couldn't get away with much at MTV and TRL and all that shit.
Yeah.
So
Misty Lake, oh my God, all you guys. Sorry, I shouldn't have named a couple because now I would have to name everybody, but I see all of you. Buffy, Jesus Christ, everyone.
Yeah.
All right. Well.
Thank
you for having Greg. You're a king for doing this, man. So glad you did, and you guys look
fun.
great. I'm shocked at how great you guys look.
I mean, I think if we didn't do something around Christmas time, it just wouldn't feel right.
Yeah.
You know? It wouldn't feel like Christmas.
Yeah.
Especially out here in LA. I honestly, dude, I wish so bad I was with you guys in Chicago right now.
Yeah, your sister still lives here, right?
Yeah, go hang out with her.
That's the divine spirit.
You're never gonna get her, Greg. You're never. I don't care how hard you try. You're never getting Rebecca D.
Oh, man.
All right, no, love you guys.
Love you too, man. I'll see you back. I'll see you back home.
All right, thank you.
Later,
guys.
Divine. We'll talk.
Much.
I'm sure we'll talk
Okay.
in like a few minutes.
All right.
All right, Matt Devine, everybody. Matt Devine. Well, let's wrap this up. I'm sorry we didn't get to play that many clips and stuff today, but it's like
It's memory lane for
yeah.
us.
I mean, we're going on 4 hours now on this thing, so I know I might just have to do another stream where I just play some videos and take requests and stuff, or do another Kill Hannah stream. Maybe I'll do that on tomorrow on Christmas Eve, tomorrow night if you guys want to join me. I'm gonna take Jerry out from JBTV for Christmas Eve, and then maybe I'll come back and play some Kill Hannah music videos and performances and stuff. All right, let's do Welcome to Chicago.
Yeah.
I mean that's the way we end it, right?
Yeah, I'm seeing all the people in the chat.
So, yeah, make sure you follow me on social media and all that shit. It's right there. And then I'll put what time I'm going to do tomorrow. It'll probably be like late, like 9 or 10, I think. Or maybe I'll do tomorrow afternoon. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
He'll figure it out, guys.
I just don't know what works best for everybody. But thank you, Johnny.
And thank you, Greg, for putting this together. We love you guys. Thanks for showing up. Happy holidays. Thanks you to Matt and Elias and Garrett, John Rubeli, Sean Beaven. For taking the time today to reminisce.
And thank you all of you for watching.
Yeah, thank you guys.
And thank you to Kara for moderating and also Misty Lake for moderating. Thank you. Thank you for all my Twitch family to tune into. Every Monday I do 120 minutes classical alternative music videos from the 80s and 90s. However, I won't be doing it for the next 3 weeks because it's Christmas, New Year's Day, and then I'll be out of town. So, but make sure you follow me. I'll let you know when I'm streaming. I do streams once or twice a week. So, yeah, let's do Welcome to Chicago, and then we'll end it actually with Johnny's song, This Is Our December.
All right.
I made a little photo montage for that one. So, yeah, let's do Welcome to Chicago right now.
I want to test Metro's insurance policy. I would put all the phones away. You're going to lose them anyway.
And this is the final show, everybody. The final show, the final song that we ever did. Check it out.
What about the balcony? You guys want it? Alright, let's do it. This is Welcome to Chicago, motherfucker.
Right now it's 4 a.m. in a speeding car. OD'd on X
last crowd surf at Metro. Yeah. So yeah, that wasn't the final show. What people are singing in chat. We did that secret show, playing for Jerry Bryant for his fundraiser for when he had cancer.
March
we
of
played 2
2019.
songs without any practice or anything.
3 songs.
3 songs? We did 3. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, but that was like in 2017 or
2019.
something? It was 2019?
March of 2019.
Holy
Actually, because
shit.
Elias and I were with Filter the night before, and El Paso, Texas had to fly in that day.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but the last show that was under the Killhanna name was that one.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody. So thanks again, everybody, for tuning in. Maybe I'll come back tomorrow and stream and just play. I'll just do all requests. Whatever you guys want to watch, hear, whatever, I'll play. We'll do that tomorrow. So we're going to end it with This Is Our December, which is the final song that we ever recorded.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really Johnny's idea. His song, and then Matt did the vocals on it, and then we
all contributed.
Yeah.
There was
I remember telling you, I'm like, put bells on it. Put bells on it.
Yeah, we had a strict deadline from Amazon Music.
Yeah, like 24 hours.
It was to get a song. So I had some ideas lying around, and then we all loved it. So we all contributed and got it recorded, got it mixed by Sean Beaven.
Yep.
Matt and I did vocals at my house. All that. Anyway, hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, check it out.
Bye, guys.
Bye. 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 All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. We will hopefully, I'll be back tomorrow. And we have to raid somebody right now. I'm not sure who we should raid. Does anyone have any suggestions on who we should raid? I'm going to just do my friend, I guess, DJ Zebo, another Chicago DJ. Vox Sinastra. What is she playing right now? Kara and Misty, who's your vote? Who should we raid? Sister Payne? DJ Sister Payne? Okay, let's do that. Mods get to choose. Hold on, Zane Carney's on right now? Hold on, is Zane Carney streaming right now? You're telling me Zane Carney's streaming right now? Holy shit. Well, what's his we gotta raid him. We gotta raid Zane. Okay. So Zane Carney was in Spider-Man the Musical with Matt. And he's streaming right now. So let him know that you're coming from a Kill Hannah stream. Okay? And let's do Zane Carney. Let's see if this works. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Come back tomorrow. Okay? Come back tomorrow, and I'll be doing some Kill Hannah music videos and performances and stuff for Christmas Eve. All right, let's go raid Zane right now. Thanks again. And thank you again for all watching, tuning in, the bits, the subs, the subscribers, everybody. Thank you to Matt, Johnny, Elias, Garrett, Sean Beaven, John Rubeli. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Juliet Beaven too. Thank you all for tuning in. Okay, let's raid Zane. No, I'm off. You want to? We're gonna go to.
Hey, Greg, how are you doing? My name's Zane Carney. I'm a musician based in Los Angeles, California, and I have a band with Evan Rachel Wood. If you're familiar with her work, maybe from Westworld or Across the Universe or other movies. Hey, everyone, and we're Kill Hannah. Oh my God, what up? Oh, Greg, what up, dude? Amazing. I was in a musical with Matt Devine, Spider-Man on Turn Off the Dark, which is how we met Evan, because she was supposed to be play Mary Jane in it. But anyway, I'm trying to figure out how to clip something from like a minute and a half ago. Could someone help me? I haven't done this in so long, dude. Create clip. I don't remember how to do this. It was like 2 minutes ago. I sang a melody, and it was whatever, dude. I don't remember how to do this. But nice to meet everyone. Go F yourselves.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Not again. I just shit my pants.
Well, Emily.
Amazing. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, so you love everyone. That's cool. All right, so.
But Lucy left the house last night. I had dinner with
I had a whole melody idea and I didn't record it, and now I have no idea.
I think we're gonna meet at Soho at like 8.
From 3 minutes ago, 4 minutes ago.
And we might go to La La Land, which is Green Velvet's thing, and maybe too. My call is right now. So.
Yeah, just hit me up. I don't know. I gotta go. I haven't shot really yet, and so then I have to mod.
So this is an orchestra show I'm doing.
When are you leaving? On 26 or what?
I have the first one 28, so I'm
live in LA, you
morning
come
of the
in person if you
28th.
Oh, yeah, okay.
This is to be a 30-person orchestra. 28 orchestra members plus Evan.
Well,
I'm doing all the orchestrations and
I'm
arrangements. This is song number
DJing
12. There are like 15
headquarters
songs
on
in the set
Monday
for the
on
orchestra.
Christmas.
I have to finish this by like December
Maybe
30th.
get everyone
latest.
together over there.
And the other 5 records I can do it like the night before, but I'm not gonna do that. But I'm trying to make this kind of jazzy a little bit because this song is so simple.
Yeah, there's a bass place like right across the street.
4, 1, 4, kind of 10.
Yeah.